All right, y'all. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Yes, indeed. Today, hey, what's up? I am going to be trying to do some like damage shader of some kind. Yeah, I'm getting into shaders today. I don't know how that's gonna go, but it's what I'm gonna try to do. What is this? What are you talking about? Where's the damage? Where are you gonna put the shader? So we've got this alien character who runs across the land, and it's looking for meat. The game is in a very early phase. I'm calling this the prototype phase, and it's in an early phase of the prototype phase. So if I press this little key here, we're gonna see some hit points. So we got some hit points up there on screen, right? And so if I run into, see how my leg is missed? Now my leg is gone. That's kind of the idea of this game. So if I run into that tree, see how my arm number went down? And if I do it one more time, bam, dead arm. We've got a little flash that happens on screen. So that's kind of cool, that's something. But what I really want is a way to indicate how much damage we've taken without having those numbers up there. So if I take them down, right, and we look, it's like, how do you even know? How do you even know what number you're on? So that's kind of something I want to do. Hey, what's up, S? Yeah, I have been busy. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Yeah, I know. Look, I would say within the last like 2 months, I specifically went to like this game. I started making this one game. I was kind of bouncing around between different games before, but now this is the one I'm going all in on. I'm spending all my time working on, and it is a survival runner game where you have to manage your limbs against obstacles. Now there's no boundaries, so you can just walk out here, but that's okay. We're setting up the game. And so yeah, so the idea is that you have to not only survive bumping into obstacles or try not to fall down into the pit of death, but you have to heal yourself by eating meat. So there's going to be humans and animals littered throughout the game. Still have to add a lot of that. And hey, what's up, DNF? Welcome. Thank you for the like. Thank you for the good stream wish. I appreciate that. Good evening to you as well. And that's a mechanic that I really want to add in at some point soon. Basically, the idea is you grab meat, and I really want the arm to like go and like grab it, you know, and then like chomp down on it. And so if we look at the hit points here, there's actually something I added on Monday I want to show you. So this is at 2. It's at 1 hit, or okay, it's still at 2. It's at 1 hit point, the right arm. Now if I grab one of these cows and lift it up and bump it into the arm, the number goes up. So what I really want is for you to be feeding the monster, and the monster eats it, and then it heals that limb. But that's a work in progress. Here's something I added on Monday, by the way. Happy belated Christmas to you as well. On Christmas, actually, I did a private live stream just for YouTube members and patrons. And during those streams, I work in Blender mostly, and I do art stuff. And so here's what I did. Here's what I did on Monday. You ready for this? You ready for this? Yeah! Oh man, I love it. I added a face. Yep, had no face before. It was just the back of the creature, but now I added a faces, and right now it just turns around. This would be when you eat something, it would like grab it and like eat it up into pieces. Yeah, right, exactly. And I'm thinking maybe even when it gets injured, it kind of like looks at the limb, and then you see its face, and it's like, you know, something like that. So yeah, that was my achievement on Monday, was getting it. So we got like the teeth all sharp and sticking out, and it's 3-dimensional, and yeah, there were some surprising challenges, but that was how I spent my Christmas, was modeling a face. Jumbo Josh, is it still Jumbo Josh? Is it still Jumbo Josh? Now Jumbo Josh has like flat teeth, right? And this has some sharp teeth. So it's a little different now, but you're right, there is a lot of Jumbo Josh going on. Not that I was inspired by that, but you telling me about that did help me say, okay, I know what I want this to look like. For example, I don't want flat teeth, I want sharp teeth. S says, you could have the color gradually change from green to red as you take damage for each limb. Yes, so, that makes sense to me. So what I think about, and this is just me, I think about color blindness. Like, a lot of people experience color blindness, especially red-green color blindness, and the character is already green. Now, as long as the tone that it's going to, or the hue that it's going to, is a different tone, then people with regardless of what color blindness they experience can see that color change. So, you know, then we have to think about, okay, so does it get like darker as it goes? Not only does it get red, but does it get darker? So I'm kind of thinking I want to go a little fancier with it. I'm kind of thinking I want to go a little fancier, even fancier than that. But that, you get the idea. That's kind of like what I'm going for, is like a gradual visual change. Totally. Owie! Yeah, it's gonna get some owies, and we want to feel those owies. Like, the screen flashes, which is like something, like, that's, you know, so if you get a limb hit, it flashes green, and if you get a body hit, it flashes red. And that's the green and red thing. And the way that I made them different was the red happens in the center of the screen, and then the green happens on the peripheral. So that way they just have, like, some visual differences, but that's not a great effect. It's kind of a temporary thing, so we're gonna work on that. We're gonna sort it out. I like the walking movement. Thank you. Yeah, I made that last week. It worked out really well. And then we also have some running, which I did my best. Still kind of working on the blend between the run and the walk, but it gets a job done for now. If you made it a walking machine and had it pick up cars, it wouldn't upset vegans. Oh, I don't think I'm worried about upsetting vegans, personally. Like, I would hope that a vegan, like, like, to me, I can't just paint vegans with a broad brush, right? Like, different people have different perspectives. I mean, I think about it like this. So, jaguars, or something, right? Jaguars eat antelope, I don't know. Bears eat fish. Like, aliens eat meat. You know, it's like, it's just this creature. It's what this creature does. And honestly, you know, if a vegan has a problem with that, which I don't think that most would, that's on them. That's on them! It's not the game for them. So just put multiple ways to show damage together. Green to red is one option. Yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't know, you know, I think that that's a possibility. To me, ideally, less is more. So, like, if I can avoid adding a bunch in there, that's just less effort for me. This is the main thing. And so if it can just be one, so let me tell you some ideas I'm having, all right? Let me tell you some ideas I'm having. You should add enemies. Yeah, I am. So that's something I want to add. That's coming. That's coming. Stay tuned. That'll be eventually. That will be eventually. So, the idea is going to be there are, like, well, the lowest level of enemy are going to be, well, obstacles, right? And then there's people who are armed. So people with guns who are shooting. And then the next level of enemy will be like police. And then like the next level of enemy will be military, right? And that'll have different levels within it. It's like a soldier, foot soldier, someone in a tank, someone with planes, helicopters, things like that. Who says you need to show damage one way? I do. I mean, look, I'm only, certainly it's not a mandate. I'm just saying, like, if I can find one unifying way to do it, it'll be less work for me, you know? And if there's other ways that seem, you know, if that feels like not enough, let's add more, you know? I think it's an option. It's totally an option. All right, DNF. So yeah. So that's my plan. So here's what I do. So I looked up Godot shaders, all right? I just looked up Godot shaders, and there's this great website, godotshaders.com. Godotshaders.com. And it inspired me quite a little bit. So I think that what we could do is have it... Oh, and then we can also look to Star Fox. Star Fox is something I've been taking inspiration from. maybe not quite, but sort of. So you know how like if your ship in Star Fox is getting increasing damage, it starts to like, like blow up a little and it's got like sparks flying off it. I'm thinking something like that. So let's see. Let's see. There was a cool glitch one here. And the glitch can go ahead and make some sense. I think it's possible that it could make some sense. Let me search it. Glitch. Oh, I spelled glitch wrong. Glitch. Gultich. Good old Gultich. Let's try it spelled correctly. See if we get a better result. VHS glitch. Glitch effect shader. Yeah, this one is the one I was looking at. So, let me open this up. Check this out and see what you think about this. So maybe it starts out with a subtle glitch on the limb. And then, like, as you get more damage, it becomes, like, very glitchy. Now, I don't know, because, so the lore of it is that this creature spawns these limbs. So the creature, the alien itself, doesn't naturally come with limbs. The alien itself is actually like a stump. And then it grows the arms and limbs in order to harvest meat. And in order to regrow those limbs, when those limbs start to get damaged, it eats meat. So nowhere in there does glitchiness necessarily make sense, but it's a prototype, and I'm okay with modifying the lore and changing things around. But yeah, so I'm thinking something like this, something that distorts or brings attention to the limb. So this would be like more of a distort. And then, you know, we could also get something that's like a highlight. And what's nice about this website too, this GodotShaders.com, is they'll tell you the license on there. And so far, all of them that I've clicked on are Creative Commons 0, which means have at it. This looks like it pixelates it, which could be also interesting. Hey, what's up, Entropy? Boop! Hope you're doing good. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. I'm working on some injury effects today. Yeah, happy holidays! Happy holidays! I actually streamed on Christmas. I did. It was a private stream for members only, but I did stream on Christmas, and I made this. I made this face right here. I'm very proud of that. But you know, that's the way I want to sell. I want to celebrate my holidays with game dev. That's just me. That's just me. So what I want to do is I want to have like an effect that builds up as you take damage. So we have hit point numbers here, and I want to show it without showing numbers. That's just what I want. It's just what I want. Private stream for members only sounds scandalous. It's not. Although I was wearing my robe. I was wearing a robe the entire time. So maybe it was a little scandalous. Maybe it was a little scandalous. Yeah, so this I'm just saying, I was wearing a Christmas robe. It was a Christmas robe. I never took it off. But even if I did, it just had a shirt underneath. Yeah, and if you're ever interested in joining up and seeing these streams, you can click on the join button on the member page. And actually, right now, if you have YouTube Premium, you can get the first month free. And that means you get 4 free private live streams. 4 free private live streams, plus all the other goodies like emotes and messages, special privileges, celebration of your honor, things like that. Emotes, yeah. So, and a badge next to your name, But yeah, if you're a YouTube Premium member, you get the first month free, which means 4 free live streams. So check it out if you're interested. Otherwise, that's how you join up. You can also do it via Patreon if you want. You wear PJs all day too, so sounds about right. Right? I mean, that's like what you do. That's like what you do on Christmas. That's what you do. There's so many different traditions we could say are associated with Christmas. But what really is more the tradition than wearing your PJs all day? I mean, come on. You should search it up if you're ever interested in adding enemies. Search it up. Search it up. Search it up. Search what up? What should I search up? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, so yeah, like a highlight could be good. And it could get increasingly, like, I don't know. The highlight is oh, that's interesting. Unit selected oscillating circle. That could be interesting. Like it's like letting you know. Whoop, whoop, whoop. It's called Oddbot Daycare on YouTube. Oh. Hey, what's up, Freaker? Welcome. Yeah, I hope everyone had a good holiday. Absolutely. Cheetos, I am not making this game. This is not the game I am making. But it looks cool. What did I get for gifts yesterday? No gifts. No gifts. I don't really celebrate Christmas, if I'm being honest. My gift was to not have to worry about dealing with family or anything. That was my gift. Just like chilling with my partner and my cats. That was my gift to myself. I've switched projects too. I moved from trying to recreate something I made in school to trying to recreate something I made in school. Whoa. To trying to make a small VTuber fan game. That's the game dev life, though, is switching around. That's so real. That's exciting, though. That's exciting. It sounds like you're finding what is driving you. You're looking for something that interests you. And that's really cool. A small VTuber fan game. Entropy got a 3D printer. Yo! That's awesome. You're about to be sucked down the rabbit hole of a new hobby. No kidding. Dang. Dang, I'm jealous. Okay, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. If I knew anything about 3D printers, I'd be like, what kind? What material? This and that. But I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about that. So I'm trying to set up some damage indication in a way that is kind of simple and interesting. And informative. So this was something, I don't know if I really like this technically, because it's obviously for something else, but, you know, maybe we could adapt it a little bit. I think all that it does is just put something on there. Cheese. I do like cheese. I do like cheese. I do like cheese. Yep. You know, this is, you know, maybe it could highlight like faster or something. And it could, in the colors, we could do the green to red thing, you know? It does have a speed. It has cycle interval. Shine speed, shine width. Oh, so we could make it wider. So we could almost be like scan lines or something that like maybe speeds up as the damage gets worse. That's promising, honestly. It seems kind of flexible. And it really draws your attention since it's so animated. But, you know, I don't know that it's like, it like makes the most sense. Like, but it looks really simple and really straightforward. And there's something I like about it. And this seems like a good shader for a lot of reasons. So that's an option. I think this is an option too, because it also like pinpoints like this limb. This is the limb that's hurt. And then I like the glitch effect because, I mean, to me, this really says like something is wrong. Like this is a bad thing without having to use colors. It's just like bad. This is bad. It just raises some questions about, so is this technology? Like, is this a computer simulation? And so, like, from a lore perspective, I don't know how I feel about the glitch. So I'm just gonna look up, like, distort. But this is a really cool website, GodotShaders.com. Check it out. And then we also want to make sure we look at the... So this is on MIT license. It can be used freely. That's great. That's great. I'm not really sure the difference between MIT license and CCO is. Oh, I can't look anything up anymore, or it's gonna talk about my location. MIT license versus CCO. MIT license, I'm primarily, no, CC0, sorry. CC0. I'm just curious. Like, I like to know these things. Oh, no, not Quora. Please, not Quora. Anything but Quora. MIT is ranked higher than Creative Commons. Higher for what? Like for the creator or for the people who want to use stuff? Allows anyone to do whatever they want with the code as long as the original copyright and license notice is included along with the copy of the code. The code will be used commercially privately. So it's like it's like attribution a little bit. Right? Kind of, sort of. Allows anyone to do whatever they want as long as the original copyright and license notice is included with the copy of the code. I mean, I can do that. Like, I'll do it. I'll do it. Creative Commons does not recommend using CC. Okay, but this is, wait, which one are we looking at here? Are we looking at Creative Commons or MIT? Is it like left side, right side? Oh, it's left side, right side. Gotcha. Oh, these ads are brutal, man. Easy to use. I think MIT is intended for software. Right. Like snippets of code, it just feels kind of weird. Hey, what's up, Stormrun? I don't know. I just want to consider it. You know, if I'm going to grab this code and use it, I want to keep in mind the license that's associated with it. The glitch one is Creative Commons 0, which to me, in my mind, is the most freeing one. Like, to me, that's the most, like, open one. Maybe it's not the best for the creator, but for people who want to use it, it seems good. Okay, so then I gotta think about too, like, do these work on 3D objects? So that's something that's important. So I should probably type distort 3D. Welcome, Stormrun. It's good to see you. Today I am trying to figure out what kind of shader I want to try to apply for the damage. So we have numbers that show how damaged the player is when running into things. And what I would like is for a shader to fire depending on how much damage we've taken. So we start out with 4 health on everything. And then, you know, if the arm bumps into an obstacle and goes down to 3 or whatever, I'd want it to start showing some kind of distortion, like something's wrong, like you're injured, like you're losing health. And I want to experiment with that a little bit today. And maybe add in other effects of some kind that happen when you get hurt. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. So I'm just trying to find some stuff. I don't know if I missed any streams. I've been playing so much Lego Fortnite. Got a little done on my game too, though. Well, there's just a member stream I did on Monday. That's the only one. If you would have to have missed that one because you're not a member, which is fine. But I'm just saying, like, that's it. There was the game jam on Friday. And then on Thursday, oh, and then this is the progress. So this is what I got done in the member stream. Check this out. Rah, yeah, rah. We've got a face. We've got a face. We turn around. And so I'm hoping, too, that when you get hurt, we can set up a little animation where it, like, looks at its arm or its leg or whatever's hurt, and we get to see its pretty, beautiful face. Isn't that awesome, Joe? Well, welcome. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? Yeah, and it's 3D too, so it's got, like, you know, like the teeth are in 3-dimensional space. This was the biggest challenge was setting this up on Monday was getting it to like wait, like when it distorts, when it wraps around, that some of the teeth weren't, they were basically turning with the body and not the head. So the top teeth would turn, but the bottom teeth wouldn't. And so I had some help from Pepe, who came through the member stream and told me that I just needed to weight paint the face down all the way to the bottom, so that way the teeth would also turn around. And we put some eyes on it. So it's a little more lively now. It's a little more lively. I made a neat little chest for items. I was gonna give it an animation, but I ended up just making 2 meshes and hiding/unhiding the open chest so fast it looks like movement. Oh, that's nice. That's a good idea. I like that. That's a good idea. Just like fudge it if you can. Use movie magic wherever you can. Yeah. Thanks, Iconic. Thanks. Yeah, I was really proud of it. How is everyone? How is everyone? It seems like there's good vibes going around. Billboard Sprite 3D hit flash. I mean, literally. I mean, that is kind of what I'm looking for, is a damage effect. So it could be that could be a nice thing to add to it as well. Like if it's just like flashing, Freaker's doing good. If it's just like, you know, like maybe it flashes faster the more damage that you're taking. Interesting. I need to sip some tea and think about that. Invisible tea. That's actually intriguing. You know, because it's simple. It's simple. It doesn't add a bunch of like wacky effects in there. We got to think about speed, right? Epilepsy, photosensitivity. So, and as I understand it, that is, you have to have less than 3 flashes per second for it to technically probably not trigger an epileptic seizure in somebody who's photosensitive like that. But that's interesting. That's intriguing. What's the license? I just want to know. CC0! That's my girl. You did that to your message. When the Pokemon comes out, it changes to whitish red, then back to normal. It's a nice effect. It's a nice effect. To me, this is actually the top contender right now. And then it would just keep flashing. And I mean, as much, like, I love the glitch effect. I love it. But, like, from a lore perspective, these aliens, it's not technology that these aliens are using. It's just not. That's just not what it is. At least the lore that I've come up with, which I'll show you some of that lore. Let me show you some of that lore, okay? So just ignore that. So that was just some image references. So this is what the aliens look like in their natural state. They're just a head and a body. And then they, in imitation of the meat that they consume, they grow these limbs. See, they're red here because they represent not being part of the normal body. And then they eat the meat in order to grow the limbs. So it's like endemic to their actual. Honestly, Stormrun, that's a stretch goal. Like in theory, yes. I've decided that that's gonna be more work than I have necessarily capacity for, so we're just gonna not talk about that for now in the game itself. But technically, yeah. Having protruding red veins out of the hand sounds sick. It does sound sick. Yeah, and you know that's why I want to make this prototype, right? Is to look at it and say like, well, what could have been better? What could we add for the next version of this? You know, the what, pre-alpha, whenever we get into that phase, the pre-production, whenever we get into that phase. What is it missing? Maybe red vein sticking out will be what it's missing. So that's why I don't like the glitch effect, because it's not technically like it's not alien technology. It's like it has like a biological ability to do this. So that's why I don't like the glitch, but I like the way it looks. What's that effect in the background in Godot? So this is a shader that somebody made, and so I'm hunting for shaders. It is kind of neat. Yeah, it's a video. I'm hunting for shaders, and this is one that we could use. Now, to be fair, this looks like a 2D shader, so it may not look as good as I want it to in 3D. And I just realized that. So that's actually probably a disqualifying factor right there. That or a particle effect. Yeah, right, like green blood. Right. And maybe it could just be like spurting out constantly. Interesting. So I'm just on GodotShaders.com, and honestly, this one is a top contender because it's demonstrably 3D. It's clearly 3D based, you know, and we could set this to basically be a flash because you can adjust the width of that bar, which is nice. This one is 2D, but I like that it's like pinpointing something. This one's nice. It says it's a Sprite 3D hit flash, so actually this one's probably my favorite one. Because obviously, you know, like if I'm looking at the glitch, like, oh well, the glitch goes against the lore. Well, how the hell does this fit in with lore? It's just flashing. Why would something flash? I feel like this is like understood by the player as just UI trying to demonstrate something, whereas the glitch is like implying something deeper. So I think I like that. Cool 3D text, distortion bubble. I feel like there are some effects I'm gonna want to add to it anyway, and I might want it to kind of be like that. Pixelation kind of feels like the glitch problem, where it just like it's implying something about it. Corrosion shader. I guess we have to set like what it's corroding into. That could be, what did we go back? That could be something, right? Like maybe it peels into a darker color underneath or something. The hit flash looks clear without communicating unwanted ideas. Well said! Well said! Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay. Is this one CCO? It is. It is my favorite. Okay. Maybe hit flash is the way to go. You know, it could like and then what's nice about this is this has built into it like a graduality. So it's like it could be a little corroded or a lot corroded. And so then we can have a gradation in between. But the thing is I feel like it's a little unclear. It's lacking in clarity a little bit, which the hit flash is winning with clarity. But it's cool. I mean, because shaders, I mean, to me, they're hard to make. And I don't know. I don't want to try to figure that out if I don't have to. Like, this is game dev. At the end of the day, sometimes you got to borrow things. Oh my gosh. What? Is this a bleeding heart? Okay, that's awesome. This is when someone messes with you and you stab them in the chest. Then the subject will try to run all over the place, bleeding, leaving a blood trail behind. What? Looks like it's going to take some setup. Add a mesh instance 3D node. Add a plane mesh. So we want to add a shader to the plane. Set up the inspector values so that it will have to know what the position that the droplets need to appear at. This is a bit of a complex one. And then just call blood pool drop at inside your character. So we could have like more blood coming out. Honestly, you know what I'd like to have this for is for eating meat. This is one I need to tuck away. And what's the license? MIT. Okay. But this one's really useful. I didn't remember this one. I'm favoriting this. I'm bookmarking that one. All right, let's do the hit flash. I'm going in with the hit flash, and we can always upgrade it later and change it if it seems like we need something better. Now I got to figure out how to implement it. Yay! All right, so now, we have a bit of an issue though. It says use Sprite 3D. That's a problem. That's a problem. But if you think about it, we don't need a shader for this. We could do this with code ourselves. We could just do this ourselves. We could just have the albedo changing. We don't need a shader for this. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. I think we could just make this. So I think that's what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to want is to have this code live somewhere that will, because right now it's just one color that's on here. It's just like a single, it's barely a texture. Like, I could just come to the arm in the inspector. Is it a material? It is a material. It is a texture, but I don't think it needs to be a texture. Like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't. So if we go to surface material override, we might need to change the color a little. We'll say a new shader material 3D. And then I'm gonna actually sample this color. I'm also gonna wanna definitely make it unique, so that way if we make it flash, it's like not the same everywhere. Come to albedo. We don't need no stinking shader. Perhaps you could try thinking of the effect as how the alien feels taking damage, rather than what is actually happening. Whoa. Whoa. That's awesome. That's awesome. I mean, you know, this may not be what you mean at all, but I definitely want the alien to like react to the pain and just be kind of like, ah, but it sounds like you're saying more for like how to figure out what the effect is like. Um, that sounds like a in the next version thing, you know? Hey, what's up, Frank? Yes, we are dealing with the alien. Like, what you're saying makes me think that this would be a good, like, this would make for a better game, is figuring that out, you know? But I don't want to get too hung up on planning and doing something. But I am curious about that. I mean, if I were to like think to tell you what I think it feels and what, like, I really like this. How do I even show you this? I don't even know how to show you what I imagine, but I do see something when you say that in my mind's eye. So I mean, if we have like the alien, there's an arm or whatever. Okay, that's an arm. And if I were to imagine what it feels, and I would imagine this as like a gradient, not a, like, it's gonna just be a solid thing, but I would imagine as something that kind of like grows and shrinks. I don't think we can do a central shrink in here, but it kind of like wah 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 wah, and it would be like this, like it would be overlapped, so we wouldn't see, you know, all of this. Whoops. Whoops. We wouldn't see all of this. We would just see it on the arm, and it would like get bigger and smaller, you know, and like maybe like radiate, like radiating pain is kind of like what I imagine. That's kind of what I imagine. There wouldn't actually be a flash, but the effect helps emphasize damage. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll keep looking for. I'll do a little more shader search, because so if I say like radial 3D, because that's what I would want. So there wouldn't actually be a flash. That's interesting. I don't even know. I don't even know. I mean, certainly I would want to, so the player sees a flash. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. Smooth radial gradient. Yes, but can I overlay it onto a 3D object? Create a new shader material and you're good to go. So it looks like maybe we could put this on here. CC0, I love it. You know, these are all 2D examples, but I wonder, you know, what this would look like. I'm honestly a little intrigued. It's just like I would want to animate it too. You can change them in the inspector. There'll be colors you're grading from center to end. They control where the radial colors are. If you make steps really close, the gradient will be small. But can we animate it? Squishiness. Controls, probably we can with code. The variable controls the size of one axis, so you can make oval shapes as well. Hey, what's up, Potato? Welcome. I am trying to decide on what kind of damage indication effect I want to add in. I was thinking of doing a shader, but I'm sort of settling on maybe we don't need no stinking shader. But then I'm getting sucked back into the possibility of using a shader. And I don't know. I think I'm just going to start with the Flash for now. It's really basic, and it's not, like, the ideal. And, of course, I'm only dealing with what's on this website as well. What if I say animated gradient? Suggesting a way to look at things since you were quite caught up in lore. Yeah. I appreciate that. Right. If I wanted to fit in with the lore, then, like, what do I want the character to be feeling? Totally. I see some options here. I'm actually amazed how many there are on this website. Animated and gradient outlines. That's kind of interesting. You didn't get the notification? Oh no! YouTube, what you doing not giving out notifications? Welcome, Pepe! Thank you for being a member on YouTube. I appreciate you, and Patreon as well. Freaker also is a member, and I just want to say that I didn't sing a song for Freaker, but I appreciate the members, and I want to sing them a song. There you go. Hello to you. Make cool outlines in Godot tutorial. Nice. Oh, I like this. Look at that. That's awesome. It almost looks like highlighting. It almost looks like selecting. Cell shading? I don't know. Cell shading? Cell shading? I guess that does have the word shade in it. What is this tutorial? Oh, cool. So then it's like showing up. That's pretty cool. I feel like this looks more like a highlight than like, I mean, it is good for like drawing attention, but I don't know if it's quite what I want. I kind of want it to be on top of it. And it looks like you could like draw this, and is this 3D though? Is the other thing. Moving gradient, noise, fog, mist. Yeah. I think this is intriguing too. Moving rainbow gradient. Does it have to be a rainbow? Does it have to be a rainbow? Oh, we can set the hues here in the code. So it seems pretty simple, pretty straightforward. But that could be nice. Yeah, so I'm just basically when the character gets injured, I'm just trying to sort of figure out what damage indication I want. This is a white arm. It's just temporary. So, you know, we have hit points, right? So there's 4s all around on the body. Yes, Frank, a rainbow. Indeed. A rainbow would be cool. I mean, rainbows are beautiful. And so if this goes down to like 3 or whatever, I'd want it to be like sort of like letting you know that there's 3 HP left without saying there's 3 HP left. And then we get hit again, it goes down to 2, 1, 0, and all that. And so like at 1, it would be like really popping off. And so I think kind of for now, all I want to do, since I'm just prototyping this game, is I think I just want it to like flash. And so if we just like change the albedo on here, and maybe even like Pepe was saying, like I have like a toon effect, you know, that way the shadows go away, and maybe it could just like flash faster if you're getting more damage. That's kind of what I'm thinking. And, you know, as much as I would love for it to be like a radiating gradient, a gradiating, I don't know if I can pull that off. Maybe I can. Now, I will say we can add textures on here. We can add a gradient texture on here. Oh, that looks bad. That looks bad. So it has to be like a 3D gradient or it's going to look really bad on there because it doesn't know how to apply it properly. So yeah, so that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think that's what I want to do, is just have it flash. It's kind of boring. It's not super exciting, and it's not a shader. Let me say 3D animated gradient. This will be my last search. 3D pixelation, animated diamond pattern, rotating billboard sprite, 3D pixel art outline, moving rainbow gradient. That looks 2D. It seems complicated, right? To get this is a 4-corner gradient. I wonder if that means it's more 3D friendly. Nope. Oh, it says for each of the UV's 4 corners. Oh, actually, this one might work okay with 3D. There's just no good examples here. CC0. I like that. Now, I don't think it's animating. So if I wanted to animate, you know, that would be tough. So I think what I'll do is I'll just stick with the Flash for now. And then if we want to upgrade it, we can. It's fun to dream big, but I have to be practical or I'm going to be here all day and it's not going to look good. And we can always evaluate it later and say, okay, for the next version, let's make it super fancy. So yeah, so I'm going to have it just change its color and we can figure out what that color will be. First, what I have to do is I have to set these because they're currently a texture. They don't need to be a texture. There's no need for it to be a texture. So I'm just going to grab a color here that's close enough to the alien body. Looks great. And then I'm going to put this on all the body parts. So this is currently the body color, or the arm color. So I'm going to go to the other arm, and I'm going to do the same thing. And I'm going to add that in here. So we're going to add a material. You had to help your mom fix her phone. I forgot you were on. That's okay. That's so nice of you. It's so nice of you to help, to like drop everything to help your family. That's a nice thing. Your family's lucky to have you. Oh, so this one, since we added the face in there, this one actually has multiple objects within it. And so we have different colors, one for the inside of the mouth and one for the teeth. And the teeth actually have a toon shader on it. So we have like this diffuse mode in toon and the specular mode in toon, which allows it to just not have those shadows, which is kind of nice. I've already had 6 body parts, so you gotta change every one. Yeah. There's basically 5 body parts. Well, there's 4 limbs and then the head/body, which are kind of like one thing. They're kind of like one thing. But yeah, each one, and that's just the nature of it because that's the whole like main idea of the game. The mouse should be okay because it's usually forward. Should be okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, so basically the damage is just gonna show on the body. So we have this separate. I like this face. It looks cute. Oh, I'm so glad you think it looks cute. Because I wanted it to be scary, but still a little cute. Okay, cool. That's actually very affirming. I appreciate that. So I'm just going to make these all a single color right now. And then what I'll do is for the flash, we'll have them change color on like a timer back and forth. And then that time will just get shorter. as the damage increases. It's just a simple thing. It's just a simple thing. It's not the fun, you know, exciting shader that I dream of. But I feel like that's what can often hold, you know, anyone back making games, is doing too much. Whoa. I need to fix my wire. I gotta fix my wire. Is doing too much. And I don't want to do too much. You know, I want to do as much as necessary to sort of get the game off the ground, you know? You guys are right. It is an adorable alien. Then it opens its mouth and terrifies you. Yes. It will eat you. It will eat your family. It will eat your dog. It will eat your cats. It will eat your cows. If you have cows, you better lock your cows up. They're getting eated today. But at least you can find it cute. At least you get to enjoy that. Add a new material to this. Make it unique. Give it a color. And then we just got to do the leg. We don't want it to be this texture. We want it to be able to be overridden by code. Hide your husband, hide your wife, because they eating everybody out here. For real though. They really are. I also, speaking of they, I definitely, as another stretch goal that is not probably going to happen in this version of the game, I would love to have there be multiple aliens that are running around. So literally, they will be coming for you. But that's a dream. I really have to like hone in on like what the main game mechanics are, and that would be extra, and not like multiplayer. Like they would be CPU, more just a vibe, and maybe something sort of like Star Fox, where you can like protect them or accidentally hurt them or something. All right, so all of these should have their own colors now. And it shouldn't look that different. I mean, it's pretty much the same color, so it should look the same. Yeah, it looks the same. Good. Good. So now I gotta set up some code. Let's do some code. I'm gonna put in the chat, I guess, the topic or what I'm up to. Task. Let's say adding a damage flash effect onto body parts. Okay. And we can always upgrade it. We can always fancy it someday. That day is just not today. That day is just not today. I like this, though, because it's an original idea. I'm spending so much time making my stuff look a little like the original game. Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, that's a high bar. Remaking a game, because you're gonna be constantly compared to the original. Whereas if it's something like this where it's not necessarily a game anyone's made before, yeah, that gives me a little more freedom. I like that perspective. Yeah, I'm free. I'm free to do what I want. Nice. So where do I want to put this code? So this code needs to be somewhere. We have a lot of different places we could put it. There's this UI effects node where we have, this is where the damage flashing happens. So when you run into something, the whole screen flashes a little bit. So that's where that stuff lives. But I feel like that's a little different. And I need it to be able to access the body parts albedo, which shouldn't be too hard from anywhere I want. And then the thing is do I want to make it modular? So I think I do. So something that we set up, well, with the debug, so the debug text for hiding each damage label, it literally just looks for each label and it just hides it. Okay. But for other aspects, like the numbers on those labels actually going down, it's modular. So it doesn't necessarily know, the script doesn't know that the arm is what's going to be going down when I run into this. It finds out that, oh, I'm the arm and I just got hit, so now I'm going down. That's probably where we should do it. We should probably put it on the limb class script, the body part class script, so that way we don't have to do it 5 different times. It'll just be like, okay, I am a mesh that can have its albedo changed, and when I am at 2 current health or 1 current health, then I'm going to flash my color, you know, this fast or not. I feel like, so that makes the most sense. So we should put it on the body part. This looks a lot different from last week. You've made a lot of progress and it's look good. Thanks, Stormrun. I appreciate that. Yeah, you know, I've done some lighting things. You know, I've made a lot of changes to lighting. I've adjusted some of the colors on the ground. I've tried to stitch some things together. Some of it's not all stitched together. You can see some of the seams here between the terrain blocks. But yeah, thanks. I'm trying every week. And that's the point of the Monday member streams, is a place where I can just sort of like just do my thing, trying to like improve the way it looks, so that way throughout the week you feel more of the progress. But then again, last week with all the animation stuff that I did on the public streams, I mean, like, look, like that, man, that needed to happen badly. Like, that adds so much to it. Really big up. Okay. Thank you for saying that. That really motivates me to hear you say that. It's like, okay, we're getting somewhere, we're doing things. So I'm gonna go to the body part script. The body port script is down here. It amazes me that your imagination is literally the limitation. If we can figure out the code, yeah. Yup. And try not to, try not to, go too wild with the imagination, because as many ideas as I have to keep some limit on myself, because otherwise the project will get too big and I'll never get it done. But like, one way that you can think of, that I'm thinking of this, so I'm using a Hack and Plan right now. Hack and Plan is like a project manager for game developers, sort of like Trello or something, except it's specifically for game developers. And you can have these different stages of your project here. And so we're in currently the prototype. And I'm saying this is phase 1 of the prototype. So there's still all these other phases of game development that it's like make future patch. Oh yeah, we already do. Yup. Hackandplan.com. It's a really cool website for setting up stuff in games. And so right now I've got in progress injury effects happening. So I'm estimating overall, I said it might take 13 hours. So you can estimate how long you think it's going to take. I'm estimating 13 hours. That's basically 2 live streams. But I don't know that it will, since I've simplified the idea from being like a complex shader down to just being a flashing color. I think we might be able to get this done in less than 13 hours. And then when I complete something, I can say how long it actually took. And then, we get this nice little thing. And we can put it in testing and stuff like that. It's a really cool system. You just like drag them and drop them, and it's really nice. So yeah, I still have to fill out a lot of this. Yeah, check it out, hackandplan.com. Dude, no piece of paper. Don't do it. Get some spreadsheets, get all kinds of stuff. You can upload things to this website. And you can add people. If you have collaborators, you can add them on here and they can update this, and there'll be like a little icon with their name on it and stuff. You can add this design model stuff and fill it out. There's all kinds of things, and it'll track your progress, which is like really cool. And it'll tell you like how much time you've spent, how much time you should be spending, or whatever. And you can just customize all of this to sort of, if you want. To me, I'm not really interested in all of that. I just want a place to keep all this stuff. This is really all I care about, is this part. But anyway, So this is the body script, and on the body part script, we have damage amount, damage detected. So really, we could run this anytime damage is detected. We'd want it to update. So if there's new damage, then yeah, let's update the flashing interval. So I think that's a good place to put it, potentially. In Fortnite's creative mode for UE5, you can have multiple people working on the same map from different computers. That's awesome. In UE5, yeah. Well, that's kind of an Unreal Engine is very much designed for big teams to work on games. Like that's sort of its biggest strength, besides being freaking gorgeous, is that it's designed to have multiple people of different disciplines working on one project, which is kind of why I'm not using it for this game, because this is going to mostly be me, and there's just no need for all that capability and power for me. But something like Fortnite, that makes sense that you can have more people doing that. Little old me trying to make a AAA game by myself. Well, and the thing is, like that's how you're learning. Like you should make whatever you're drawn to make. At the end of the day, your motivation is your most valuable asset. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if making something like I'm making, if you're like I wouldn't be motivated to, don't do it. Don't do it. You're learning so much by doing what you're doing, and you're enjoying doing it. So that's the right thing for you. That's the right thing for you. And if that changes, and if you finish it and you move on to something else, or you don't finish it and you move on to something else, whichever, and maybe you go between those things, that's okay, you know? We all go about it differently. But nothing is more important than the motivation that you have, because not being motivated is much worse. Much worse. Then you don't do anything. Then you get nothing done. And that's no fun. So what we want to do is we want to check the current health. So we have, if current health is greater than 0, then it's going to make sure that the body part is visible, even though it's been damaged. Stuff like that. We just want some more if in here. It's all a little messy. I wonder if we can clean it up a little bit. I'm going to say this is this code right here. If body part area is set to self, check what limb I am. That's what this is doing. Just going to clean it up a little bit. Check what limb I am. And then this, let me zoom it in just a little bit. And then the next section is saying damaged with greater than 0 health. This is damaged with less than or equal to 0 health. Please do not comment out your code. And this is not what I want. Damage with less than or equal to 0 health. I'm at the point now that I have to learn some new stuff. Most has been in Unreal Engine, but now I need to make my own objects in Blender for the stores and houses decorations, but they are so specific. Right. Yeah, I wonder, you know, if there are ways you can put your own twist on it. I mean, it obviously will define the style of everything, but it can be interesting. It can be really interesting and powerful to study what other game studios have done, you know, and let that influence your style. That does sound like a lot of work. But you seem to have some experience in Blender. But I guess you're saying it's like pushing your skills a lot. Not bad to have your skills pushed necessarily. Still, that can be a lot of work. I guess like those assets aren't like publicly available or something, which is why you have to remake them. And that might be nice to make available if that's something that you want to do. People might appreciate that. All right, and then we have if the body part area is set to the body. So this is, let me just organize this a little bit. Check what limb I am. Damaged with greater than 0 health. Damaged with less than or equal to 0 health. And then this section is damaged the body. So if the damage is being applied to the body. It's such an odd game to remake. Pokemon Stadium. Yeah. It's somehow 2D and 3D at the same time, but it's from GameCube, so the art looks drawn. Right, so you have to like imitate this style very specifically. You still turning the limbs white? I don't know if it'll be white. I might make it red, but like a very bright, either bright or dark. As long as the tone is very different from the tone that the green is, then, you know, as far as color blindness is concerned, it won't be an issue. But yeah, just a different tone than the arms. You know, it would be nice if it was like a gradient animation, but I feel like for just achieving the purpose of communicating the damage, a flash will do for now. And I don't know if white will be. It could even be different. I mean, that's kind of getting more advanced, but it could be like white for a second with something else. Oh, we could do a glow. That's true. That's easy. I can do that. Are you able to make your own material? I could. That's not a bad idea. That, to me, that might be like something like a stretch goal, like something to add in. You know, maybe if we just set up this basic code that allows us to repeat, you know, a change over and over again, then we can swap out whether it's just a color or it's more of a texture or something like that. Yeah, an add-on. That's a good idea, though. And the glow we can do because the albedo will let you add glow. So, I mean, I could literally do that, like, right now. Like, we could just make this one arm glow. So if I click on this, I feel like you were here for when I did that last time. So if I come to the albedo color here and I go to raw and I just add, so it's like right now it's like 0.3, 0.74, 0.35. If this is over 1, then it's going to start glowing. That's quite a lot of glow. It's quite a lot of glow. But it will actually have like an aura around it, which is kind of nice. So we could even do that, and then that would help circumvent the color blindness as well, because it adds like this really like nice aura around it. Just kind of like faking a shader a little bit. It's actually not a bad idea. It's actually not a bad idea. I might want to do something like that. And then all we have to do is we just have to get the like, you know, the raw information, and we just set RGB in there. I always think about colorblind stuff. I always do. I mean, just because I know so many people who deal with colorblindness. It's so common. It's so common. And you know, it's such an easy, to me, it's an easy thing to work around. And it's kind of fun. I guess I kind of enjoy the challenge because it's like I get to think outside the box a little bit. Deserts are going to be hard on them. It depends, you know? And so here's an easy, this is, if you want an easy way to know if your game is like going to be hard on folks with color blindness, the easiest way that I know is find some way to put a monochrome filter over your game or whatever you're doing. So actually, I can just do this in my broadcast software. Let me just do that here. So let me just show you what I mean. So I'm gonna, because that will eliminate all of the color differentiations, and you'll see sort of where colors aren't being differentiated well enough, or tones rather. So I'm gonna change this very easily. Let's just suck all the color out of it. So now it's monochrome, right? So just put a monochrome filter on it. This is the easiest way to check, to see, in my opinion, this is the easiest way to check to see if it's colorblind friendly. So just make it monochrome and see if your game is still playable, right? So like one thing you'll notice is there's actually a difference between if you're getting hit on the body than if you're getting hit on the limb. But you can't really tell. So it's a green flash on the outside when you hit a limb. When you hit the body, you can kind of see like a dark flash in the center, right? You can kind of see it. But it's not super obvious. Now, if I turn off that filter, if I take that filter away, now you're going to notice when I run into a tree on the body, see that red in the middle? It's a little more obvious, right? So maybe that's an area where I could be more clear. And I think it'll help too when we start adding in the specific body part areas flashing, right? It's like, okay, that's what took the damage. I see that now, that's what took the damage, because it's like drawing our attention there. But yeah, that's one really easy way that you can check to see if your game is friendly to colorblindness, because colorblindness comes in a lot of different forms. Not being able to tell the difference between red and green, or not being able to tell the difference between yellow and blue. And so if you just do straight black and white, then you're accounting for any of those possibilities. Yeah, so a lot of games do that, actually, have a colorblind option, and they'll like have their UI elements. So like, for example, red and green. Red and green is like, it's like actually astonishing how ubiquitous red and green is, or even red and blue, which can still be harder to tell apart sometimes. So, you know, they're like, I feel like League of Legends, even by default, you'll notice, I think, there's some good guides out there. Games with colorblind friendly UI. League of Legends. I actually have to start using incognito to search, because Google wants to put my location out there. It does. So like simple things. Oh, this is a great example too. So this is actually, so League of Legends is not doing it well, I guess. It's just different. It's just different. I don't really know what this example is showing, actually. So a lot of games will do this, right? They'll have a colorblind mode, so you can change these colors. But some games don't do that, or they won't need to, because they'll use like orange, and there's a lot of videos about it. There's like it's like a pretty big topic, actually. And I definitely recommend looking into it. Why is my toolbar showing? No one wants to see that. Okay, thank you. Thank you. There's some good images out there of what I'm trying to explain. Oh, look at this. This is an excellent example. Look at this. Look at that. So there you can see the red and green is pretty hard to tell apart here. Like this looks like a bunch of yellow down here. And so the intended effect by the developer to have this red and this green be super different, here, I mean, that doesn't look different. Like the tones are a little different. Like the red is a little darker of a tone, right? So that's why you can tell the difference a little bit. But I mean, that's not what the developer intended, right? The developer doesn't want the player to have a very subtle difference between the red and the green, especially when you see the blue jumps out so much. And then the yellow and the green look exactly the same. The yellow and the green look exactly the same. And so indeed, you know, if I turn on my colorblind filter here, my monochrome filter, look what happens. Same thing, right? I mean, it's and here it's even worse, right? Because the red and the blue, you can't tell the difference between. But that can emulate a different kind of color blindness, right? Everybody's disabilities are different, so it's possible that somebody might have trouble seeing those as separate. So that's why you might see something like Candy Crush, right? Candy Crush has literally different types of pieces, right? The candy has a different shape, so the color isn't as important. But something like this, where they're all the same shape, so a way to design around this would be to not use the same shape for every object. And I like that challenge. I find that to be a fun challenge, to figure out how do we design around the possibility that someone has color blindness. And if you think about it, it makes for a more interesting game. You know? Like, pieces of candy rather than just the same block everywhere is so much more interesting. Anyway, I know that was a bit of a rant, but it's something I think about a lot, and I think is fun to think about. I wonder if you play the game on a black and white mode TV, it would look the same as what they see. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Doesn't look bad. Yeah, you know, it depends on the game, too. It depends on the game. You know, some games, and that's why I try not to make color be something that is dependent on for communicating. I turned off all the Google settings. There's a new option in there asking if you want to allow them to sell your screen time. Oh my gosh. They're always introducing something new. They're always introducing something new. And the thing is the location thing, you can't turn it off. I've tried. They will find your location no matter what. It's super annoying. Yeah, I'm just going to have to incognito all the time. For that game, I would give them different shapes in the cube. Yeah, you already know. So Tetris is, in general, is the worst. Oh, wow. Let's see. Wow. Didn't even think about that. I mean, I guess the pieces have different shapes, but once they're down, like if they're falling, not too bad. But once they're down, yeah. I guess luckily you don't need to see the difference in the colors once they're down. So I don't know if Tetris would necessarily be the worst, because you can still see the shapes as they're falling down. I think it's only bad if, because it is all the same block, but they make up different formations. So I think Tetris gets a pass. I think Tetris gets a pass. The colors aren't really important. The colors are there for the sake of being colorful, but they don't really serve a purpose, you know? So in that sense, it's not too bad. You don't have to line up colors. You do? Maybe like some Tetris versions or something? Because then again, like original Tetris, right? Didn't have any colors at all. Right? Like the first version of Tetris ever? I guess it did. I don't know. Let me get the filter off of there. You're like, what are you talking about? I can't see any colors. I guess it did have some colors on it. But not many. Actually, some of them were just the same. I don't know if this is... I don't know what the original Tetris is. I couldn't tell you. But Tetris works in black and white. But there might be like versions or like game modes that use the colors. So that's a fair point. I feel like it broke the color you linked. Guys, I don't think so. Like maybe there's a special mode that will do that, but the way Tetris works, we do know how Tetris works, right? The way Tetris works is you fill in a line. So you just have to not have gaps, right? As long as it's a solid line, then it breaks. I'm not saying there aren't some like special modes out there. Yeah, it's the straight lines. Guys, it's Tetris. It's Tetris. It's about straight lines. But, you know, maybe, again, like I said, there's a version that has colors that are important. And in that case, they would suck for colorblind people. There's just so many color connecting games. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And they just completely alienate like a huge percentage, like percentage of colorblind people. 1 in 12 men and 1 in 200 women? I didn't know that. That's wild. What? That's massive. I did not know that it was like gender difference. That's fascinating. But still, that's 8% of half of people. 8% of half of all people. That's a lot of people. It's billions of people. Accessibility is goals. What's up, Ken Kinnison? Welcome. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, I mean, you know, at the end of the day, there's no way to address every millions. Okay, that probably is right. There's no way to address everybody's, you know, disability. It's just not possible. But, you know, there are some things that are either more common than others, more easily worked around than others. And at the end of the day, what's going to be best in an ideal world, right? If you have the money, the capacity, is to build your game in a way that things can be tweaked. You can tweak the contrast. You can tweak the difficulty. You can tweak the this, the that, the position, all kinds of different things. As adding the most, you know, options from the beginning of the game project is the best way to address different accessibilities. But if there are some things like not relying on colors that I can do, I'm gonna do it. I know we have more than 8 billion people on Earth. Everybody gets $1. Everybody gets $1. I don't know what that means, but I hell yeah, give everyone $1. Why not, Bill Gates? All right. So I'm just labeling this body part script so that way it'll make it easier for me to add in this code that will flash a body part limb when it's low on health. So this right here is if there's damage to the body, things happen. It's a little hard to tell with the wrapping. Wrapping confuses me so much. So this looks like it's indented 3 times. So this is in here. This is all part of damage to the body. So this is it. For this function, I've now got this function commented. We check what limb we are here. If the damage is greater than 0 health, we do different stuff. If the damage happens when we have less than or equal to 0 health, we do this stuff. And if the body is damaged, we do this stuff. So now what I want to say is when it takes damage, I mean, these are all checking to see if a certain condition is met. So now I want to say, I guess, hit flash check. I don't know. That's the best name I have so far. So we would just want to say, if current health, so we're just going to check the health. If current health is set to 3, so we don't care about 4. So I guess this would be, we kind of want a different one for each level of health. We could change this differently. We could do this in a lot of different ways. You need some kind of sine wave. What? What? I do? Fascinating. For giving everyone $1? No, that can't be what you mean. If current, so we could also say like that, you know, we could just say whenever damage occurs, check to see what the health is and have the timer, you know, go a certain speed relative to that number. That would be another way to do it. We could just math it, you know, just have like the current health be multiplied or divide. It could divide the length between flashes. I don't know how that'll work, but we could do it. For the flashing? Okay. I don't know. I don't know about sine waves. I know that sine waves do this. I'm not even doing it aggressively enough. Like like I know that. That's about all I know. Really, I'm just going to I'm just going to have like it happen, and then a timer is going to turn it off. It's going to happen, a timer is going to turn it off. On and off, on and off, on and off, on and off. That's all we're going to do. It's super simple. So I think for now, I'm going to do it this way. And then if it turns out that we could divide it, why don't I just say, okay, let me try this. Let me try actually setting it so it changes. So what we have, by the way, is the mesh is defined right here. So the term mesh says get the node of the body part, right? Check which body part it is, and that's the mesh. So if I just say, let me just try this, so we can just make sure this works first, is I'm going to say mesh, I have no idea how to do this, surface override. I'm not really sure how to do this. Oh, you know what? We've done it before. We've done it before. We have. On the health pieces right here with the hovering. So I actually turned off the hovering, but we could bring it back. How do I bring it back? So right now, the health objects, when you hover them, it no longer flashes, but it used to actually change color when we hovered over it. I need to reference that because I don't remember how I did it, but I don't want to learn it over again. I just want to see how I did it before. So right now, these cows are the health. It's invisible. I see. Okay, so this one cow here is going to have this arrow above it, right? So we got to find that one cow, and then you can see what we're kind of going to do. The funny part is I know this because I just implemented one for your shaders in Unreal. Nice. Nice. That sounds cool. I mean, look, I don't know nothing about it, but that sounds cool. I love that there's so many different ways to do things. So many different ways to do things. I am not one who thinks in waves like that. Okay, there's the arrow. Okay, so unfortunately it is hiding. So I need to, if I want to just show this off, I need to get rid of the hiding stuff here. Mesh visible false. So if I just currently temporarily comment this out, and we don't hide this, mesh visible false, no visible false, we want it to stay visible, and then I just have to find it in the game just as a demonstration of what we're going to do here. So there's the arrow. There, see, it changes when I click it. It's supposed to be a hover, but that's okay. So when I click it, it actually changes to red. You can't tell because I've decided to hide it instead of have it be clicked. So that's what we want to do right there. Whatever that's doing, that's what I want. So I need to look at the code because I don't remember how we did it. So I'm just going to undo all of this. It's loading because I zoomed out. Okay. So we've got meat mesh material override. Material override. Oh, okay. So we're setting the material color up here in the ready function with a variable. And then we want like a damage material is basically what we want. And set albedo. This way we don't have to hard code it and we can update this outside of the script. So this is what we want to do right here. So we want to define what it should start as. Let me come back to the body part. We're going to hit up our ready function. I'm just going to comment this stuff. We're going to say this is messenger setup. That's what all this is doing. And then a new section. And this is going to be for what now? Material setup. So we do want to define a default material. Expected identifier in class body. What am I? What am I? I don't know what that means. I'm sure we can figure it out. Oh, maybe I'm not indented enough. That'll do it. And then it's not declared default material, right? So we want to put that up here as a variable. My variables are all over the place. They're all over the place. I'm just going to say materials. Well, I don't have all the other variables commented, but this one will be. Variable default material. And then we want to set it to what? Null or something? I think. What do we do in the health script? Just copy what we did there. Oh, so we want to say standard material. Oh, so I see. So the variable is creating a new material. So when we set the default material, it's actually creating a new one and replacing it with the old one. Gotcha. Gotcha. Cool. So then I'm just going to copy that. Put this in here. And instead of hover material, this will be damage material. So we're just creating a new standard material 3D. And now, all the way down here, hit flash check. Or on ready. We're on ready. We're not down that far yet. In the ready function, default material set albedo. So this is not the default color. So these are those raw numbers that I was showing you that can make it really bright or not. So I'm going to come back to the alien here. And I'm going to pop open this albedo. Click on raw. And then these values are what we're going to paste in there. This is going to be so much easier than I thought it would be. No complaints. So paste that in. Come back to the body part. Open up the color. Go back to raw. Get the G value. So it's RGB, these 3 arguments. And we'll go to raw and get the B. It's already 0.35. Love it. So that's the default material color. So we want that to be defined. And then, just looking at the health script, I think we just instantiate them all like that. Does onReady do that for us? Like if I were to say @onReady, would that like do this? I kind of want to try something. If I do @onReady and take this out of here. This is just me experimenting. I have no idea if this is how I still don't really understand @onReady. I use it, but I don't necessarily know the best places to use it. But if I were to use that right here, would the clicking and it turning red work? No. Okay, cool. Great. It's not what I thought. That's good. Now I know. Process of elimination. Let's keep moving. So, good, good, good. So we want to instantiate the damage material, set albedo, and now I need to define what this color is going to be. We could just make it red for now. Now the red, I mean, I'd want it to be bright. So if it is going to be red, I want it to also be bright. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this hex code so I have it, so we can go back to it. And then I'm going to set what I want this color to be when it's damaged. So let's just see what we got. Just come over here. I love Godot's color picker so very much. It's so visual. The code doesn't have access to any of a node's child nodes until it is ready. The code doesn't have access to any of a node's child nodes. Oh, so that's what onReady is doing. So onReady, because where I've used it before as a simplification, that's really helpful. Thank you. We used it. I had some help from one of y'all in chat, which is why I don't quite know what it does, because sometimes y'all just tell me to do it, and I'm like, okay, let's do it. So what I needed was to access a node that's somewhere else in the node tree. And if I didn't put onReady, it didn't work. So this is for making the numbers appear and disappear on the alien to the hit point numbers. So those numbers that appear and disappear, right? And if I get rid of, this is on the left arm, if I get rid of onReady on that, you know, it's just like not gonna work because it can't find it. And so that makes sense. That's really helpful. That's really helpful simplification, because this is exactly why it was used here. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. That like actually really helps. So if I want to access a node further down in the scene tree, onReady will help me, help the script be able to do that. The node wires are not connected. I always think of Dreams. I know, yeah, Dreams had nodes as parts of things that you could add. It was kind of similar to this, where these were things in Dreams, and then in order to connect nodes to each other, you'd wire them. And you actually do something very similar in Godot, except it's just not visualized by wires. So, for example, in like my body part script, we connect, you know, area damaged to a function. It's different, but there are some similarities. All right, so I'm picking this color. I do want it to be red, but I want to make sure that it's bright enough. So I'm going to also adjust it over here in raw. So you see when I start pushing up the red value here, it gets way brighter. We don't need it to be that much brighter. That's too much brighter. That's too much brighter. We're going to undo that. So let's just try, if I say 1.1, right, it's going to take on a little glow. I'm going to just look at it here so we can just see the glow a little better. It's 1.2. If I go back to 1.1, it's very subtle. If we do 1.6, big glow. You know, we could even say with each increasing damage, the glow gets bigger. And then I'm going to brighten up these as well. So this is, the green and blue are sitting at 0 because it's just red. But if we add a little bit, if we make sure it's the same, then it's just going to like make it whiter. which will hopefully adjust the tone. And I kind of want it to be a brighter tone or a darker tone. It could be brighter or darker, as long as it'll be, you know, if I pop open, and actually, let's just do this. If I drop in my black and white filter, see how not different it looks? Look at that. Look at the difference. Like, you know, here, they look very similar. It's not really drawing my attention. That's why I'm setting this up, is so it can really bring my attention to the limb, so we know, you know, that there is an injury. But this, that doesn't really look that different. It doesn't draw my attention, which is the whole purpose. So I think I want to go much brighter then. So if I say 0.7 or something, it's better. I mean, I wouldn't say it's ideal, because now we're losing a lot of that red, right? But maybe these are just a sacrifice we have to make. If I bump up the red, then the glow gets bigger. What if we say 2? So it's almost like the glow is getting colored, but the rest of it isn't. It's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. So we could go the other direction, and we could say, instead of making it brighter, make it darker. Right? So I could say, maybe make red 0.5, make these others 0. Maybe even like... And then if we check the filter, very obvious difference. Super obvious difference. Look at that. So because the tone is so I feel like we have to go darker, because otherwise you just can't tell. I mean, that means we lose the glow effect, but maybe we could add a glow in, you know, in a different way with a shader or something. It's a less impactful effect. That's for sure. You know, I'll admit that. But the purpose at this stage isn't just to have like the right emotional impact, but to draw attention to the limb being hurt. And this does it regardless of you know, what colors you can perceive. So I'm going to try to go, it looks like we can probably go a little lighter than that. Let me try 0.6. All right, it's starting to lose a little bit of that differentiation. 0.5. Yeah. That's better. I think there's some obviousness there. You know, that way we can rely on color without it excluding people who have color blindness. It is still very much relying on color, though, and I would kind of want to work around it. I wish we could have a glow in here as well. We could potentially, you know, and I don't know how to access these. If we say set albedo, we might be able to say set something else. Refraction, I don't know, something else. Shadows. We might be able to make more of a change to it. But I say we start with albedo and then analyze it from there. And also, like, maybe red isn't the right color. Maybe we should go with a different color. Anyway, okay, this is fine. So I'm going to grab this. I don't want to think too hard about it. I'm going to grab this. So we just have 0.5 and zeros across the board. Pretty simple. So I'm going to come back to, not here, to the script. And so for the damage material, we're just going to say 0.5, 0.0, and 0.0. And that'll be the damage material. Now, we're going to come down to the code. And just to make sure this works, we're just going to put in here, make sure I'm on the right indentation, if body part area equals self. So we need to be 2 indents in, I think. Yeah. So actually, I need to be up a little bit. We don't want this. Well, the damage, the body has like a separate condition. So we actually don't want to be in there. We want this to be a part of check what limb I am. So I actually want this to be in here. I'm going to put this up here just because it'll be a little easier. Hit flash check. Okay. Indent this in a little bit. So we already have identified I am myself. If I am myself, then, and damage is detected, then we'll say, let me go back to that health script where I first implemented this. And we're going to say mesh material override. And then we'll say damage material. And then we're going to need a condition for setting it back, right? That's where the timer will come in. Will be for setting it back to the original color. But for now, let's just see if it works to turning it red. So we at least know that so far that is set up correctly. Let me not have that arm be red already. Go to 3D. Oh, right, so I put that on the clipboard so I could paste it back in. There it is. Back to green. Okay, so it's going to all start out as green. Now, when I run into something, that the limb that gets run into should change to red. Let's hit that tree on the right arm. Nice, nice. So now we're just like painting our body a different color. Beautiful. Now, if I come in here, I mean, it's different. But now, I mean, you can see the limbs kind of blend in a little bit with the ground, which isn't great if I do the black and white thing, which isn't great. Now, it will be flashing, right? So that'll almost, that's not necessarily a bad thing because it'll still get the attention. If you're dealing with color blindness, it'll still, you know, get your attention that there's something going on here if it's like flashing on and off. But it does make me wonder if there isn't, if we don't want to come up with a little more. And I think I will once we set this code up. Let's see if we can't find another, you know, indicator besides just changing the tone. But it's pretty obvious, right? I mean, the other, at worst, it looks like it's appearing and disappearing. Damaged limbs should shiver or shake in some way. Oh, I like that. Yeah, totally. And that's actually very doable because all I gotta do is add an animation. That's a good idea. I should do that. We could maybe manage that. I could maybe manage that today. Let's try that. Let's get the flash going, and then, yeah, we should totally set that up. That's a great idea. I like that. Do I have you on this credits list? I mean, I haven't implemented it yet, but I appreciate the suggestion so much. Now, I know we have you on, like, another game as variable, but let's get you on this one. What are we gonna say? I mean, you're definitely a good, you're definitely a Godot consultant, at least. So that's GC, S, Godot consultant, and then damage effects suggestions. Everyone gives different. It's really, there's not a lot of consistency in what credits get taken down. You can add a glow with emission. Right. Emission. That's a good idea. We should try that too. Yeah, let's explore that too. Perhaps not even an animation. You could just keep randomizing the offset of the sprite when the effect is active. That seems like a possibility. The reason why I shy away from it is because currently I need to fix something. So for the legs, that would work perfect. But there's currently something that I need to fix, which is written down in my hack and plan. I need to repair torn arms. So this is something that is currently a bit of an issue. You may have noticed it. But the arms are, how do you say, not really attached well. So they don't like blend in. The legs do, because there's not like an obvious tear there. If you look from the front, you can really see those tears on here. So I mean, that's fine. It's just like the shiver will like then separate the arm from the body, which is maybe I need that. So it just further emphasizes what I need to fix. But we could just say go up and down, but you can see how it's like tearing off a little bit. Whereas with the leg, that's not an issue. So the leg, because the leg is built a little better, it doesn't look that bad. But I really like the shiver idea. That's an interesting idea. The animation would be kind of harder. So maybe that's kind of something to think about. I like the offset idea. It's a good idea too. I feel like that's going to be hard to notice. But I think there's something there. I think there's something there. All right. So we now have it changing to the damaged material when the hit occurs. But I want it to be a little more complex than that. I want it to turn back after a certain amount of time. Emphasize what happens when it takes too much damage, the detachment. Yeah. Oh, you're saying the detachment could be even a good effect? Yeah, maybe. I like these ideas. It's helpful. It is helpful. Something. So the way I've done timers in the past has been with nodes. I haven't really figured out how to do it in code. Like I know you create a timer, like you make a variable that creates a timer in the node tree, and then you access that timer. But I find that a little confusing. I'm gonna try to figure that out. That's something I really want to sort out today. How create a timer in Godot. Without the node. All right, let's look at this tutorial. Sure, why not? Videos can be nice. This is from 2 months ago. I like that. From Donuts. Nice.
We're going to be going over 3 different ways of making a timer.
I'd rather do it in code.
The most
personally
common way, and then we'll kind of look at how to make a timer purely in code, and then we'll look at how to make like a quick and dirty timer if you just need something fast for a specific line of code. So timers are obviously very useful. You can use them for all different things. Let's say you have a special attack and you only want it to occur once in a while. That it's is, and it's point every time that sword area enters the enemy's hitbox area. I also have a setter getter. A timer is to simply add a timer. So I'm going to hit Control A here on my enemy, and
I don't really want to use the node.
I've got a timer. Barely in code. And so I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of this timer here.
Personally. But this is something I really need to learn, especially for the game jams on Friday. I really need to learn this.
What timer is. So, we're going to get rid of this function too. And we're going to go back to our original setup, which was Q for. So, now we want to just make a timer. And how do we do that? We go here and we type var timer, and we'll make it of type timer, so our autocomplete is helpful. And we'll make a new timer dot new. So we've now made a timer object, but of course there's no parameter set, and I don't believe there's any parameters you can put in the function. But now we've created a timer, and we're going to.
So I could just do it within the function.
Come here and do one shot, and one shot equals true, and you can do timer dot auto start, and you can make sure that that's false.
I like that.
Okay. And we can set the timer dot.
That appeals to me.
Duration. Timer dot. No, this is not good. Let's see. Let's just look at our timer for a second. Documentation, and we have the wait time. That's what we want. So let's come back here. And we'll do timer dot wait time. And if we set it to say 2 seconds, now we can start it.
Cool. It's pretty easy. It's pretty straightforward.
But this is not going to be good enough. So if you see, nothing happens.
Well, yeah.
And even if I
We got to get the time
kill
out.
this guy, he's going to immediately queue free. So I created this timer, but remember, we need to connect the timer to a signal. And that's that timer timeout signal. So we'll come here and go timer.timeout. And we want to connect it to something. Now, I could come back here and I can make a func, what do we call it? Let's say func timer timeout. And we can do queue free. And I can connect this to our timer timeout.
Man, he is
function. Now remember, when
typing.
connecting signals, you don't want the parentheses because that's calling the function. And so now we've connected it to the signal. And now should it work?
Respect.
You'd think so, but it still just dies right away. Oh, well, there's a couple reasons for that, but let's do this. All right, now
Yeah, why doesn't that work?
And it should die after 2 seconds. So we're playing the sound, but the timer.timeout is not being called. And the reason for that is, remember, in Godot, objects need to actually be added to the tree for them to start
I
working
knew
and
you
start
weren't
playing.
doing that. But I was like,
well,
do we not have to?
No, we
do.
we actually need to add this timer to the tree. So once we have this timer, we now have to go to add child.
This is what
and now
I
we're gonna
didn't.
add the timer node to the tree.
This is where I was
hopefully this thing should work.
failing
So let's see.
in the game jam this past weekend, in part.
Now we're going to add.
Was I wasn't adding the timer to the
Have
tree.
this timer. We now have to go to add child, and now we're going to add the timer node to the tree. And now hopefully this thing should work. So
That's
it's
it.
1, 2, 3.
Is this the end?
And it works. And here we've set our wait time in code, and we can make it obviously
I like it.
like 5 seconds, so that now it'll wait a little bit longer and we'll play the whole sound.
Is this the end of zombie
I'm sure you're sick of hearing that, but
And so then I think what I would try to do is I'd love to be able to say, depending on how much damage you've taken, this wait time changes. You know, we could just say like wait time 2 divided by current health or something like that. But I don't know if that'll work. Okay, this is pretty awesome. This is what I needed. I mean, basically, we just do exactly this. Now, part of me would like to set this up. I guess I would put this inside of the function. And some of these are default, right? Like the timer one-shot auto start. Like, I don't know, do I need to say all that? So if I come to the main scene, and let's just create a timer just for the sake of observing. So one shot is false to start, and auto start is false. We actually do want it to be false. So I'm just guessing I don't need to define one shot and auto start. A shorthand of it is get tree. Right. Hey, what's up, Dragonblade? Welcome. Thank you. Yeah, okay. That's what I'm used to seeing. Is that. And so then I don't, so if I do it that way, so that would be instead of doing a variable. And then I'd somehow have to reference that timer, right? So I guess I'd be curious to know how to use that to set the timeout. Is it, yeah, like how would I reference the timeout into something from that? But I have seen that, and it's often confused me. Oh, and that makes it one shot. So I also need it to loop. I need it to be like a timer that loops, and then it stops looping depending on a condition. I guess we want it to loop. So would that still work from... Can we set it to not be one shot? And if you don't feel like answering it, I understand. Thank you for even telling me that. So, I mean, I'm just gonna do it the way the tutorial says, just because I'm not sure how to implement it the way that you're talking about. But the way you're talking about sounds really useful, but I don't really know how to use it. But everyone should take note of that, if you do know how to use it. So I'm gonna go into, the create timer just returns the timer. Oh, so create. I'm still confused. I'm still confused. I'm sorry. I always appreciate like backseating. Backseating is super welcome here, and I want you to know that. That also does mean, right, that that I may not know where to go without more guidance. So I welcome the backseating, but I might be like, well, I don't know how to quite implement that. But that's good to know that you can. So you can do timer get tree, create timer. Oh, so like set it as a variable and then access it through the timer variable. Oh, and then I'll have like timeout available and stuff. Interesting. All right, let's try it. I still have questions, but that's totally helpful. Okay, so let me come back to the oops. Scrolled too far here. So I want to say damage timer equals, or we'll set it variable damage timer equals get tree create timer 1 second. Expected end of statement found identifier. What did I do wrong? Definitely I did something wrong. Oh, a dot. I missed a dot. Thank you. Yes, I sure did. Okay, so I create the timer here. And then if I say, what, like if damage timer equals timeout? Or something is set to, or if timeout? I don't know, is that like a Boolean? I guess I could look it up. It's just an emission. So that's probably not the right place. So that would, I guess, be my next question, is then how do I get that timeout information? So in theory, I mean, this is not going to work, right? Like, as it is, not going to work. Actually, no, I don't think it is. Suppose I did. How would I call on the timeout? But yeah, ultimately, I don't think I can use this, but I definitely am curious still how to use this, because I've been wondering how to use this in general. Thank you for your help, Dragonblade. Truly. Let me get you on that Godot consultant list. You consult, even if I'm gonna need this somewhere else, if not here, somewhere. You do like any other signal, like in the video you watched, you connect it to a method. Oh. You would connect a signal from timeout. I see. And so the name of the timer would be the variable. Gotcha. So we would say timer, timeout, connect to a function of some kind. And then we'd run it there. Or use a newer syntax in Godot to await the signal. Right. Right. Oh yeah, so I think that in this video, they're about to talk about that. If you don't want a new method. I kind of don't. So if I wanted to do it that way, I would say damage timer dot timeout connect to, you know, damage flash or whatever, and create a new function. Oh, we don't want to put it there. Create a new function, damage flash, just for the sake, again, of learning. I'm not going to ultimately use this. Function, damage flash. And then put the logic in there like that. And that would, in theory, work. Right? So the timeout, so we're connecting the timeout method to, or the signal. So after 1 second, there it goes. Nice. Cool. Oh, thank you. I'm going to need this. I am going to use this. I'm going to use the crap out of this. Not for this particular use. Nice. Awesome. Okay, so that's how you do it that way. And then there's also the await way. I'm so glad y'all came through. Like, this is something that I do a 1-hour game jam every Friday, and I'm still, as you can tell, very new to Godot. Hence the backseating being so welcome. And when I'm doing a 1-hour game jam, like, it's painful when I don't know things like this. Because little games use things like this all the time. Like a quick short game needs these kinds of like stops and waits and stuff like that. So I really appreciate you showing me this. I couldn't have hoped for a more helpful thing. So I'm going to say await. So then we don't need any of the variable stuff at all. Again, this is for a one-shot. Just for the sake of learning. Get tree dot create timer 1 second timeout. And then have that run right after that. Oops, underscore. There we go. And that'll do the same thing. We just have to, we have to load into, we have to not be loading into the ground. I think that's working. I think it is. Wait, let me make sure I'm actually counting. Yeah, it looks like it's happening after 1 second. I don't know, now I can't tell. I think your message got stuck on screen. Oh, I mean, I just leave it there. I do that, you know. That's how sometimes I forget. Sometimes I do forget to take it down, but often I like to use it as a way to also clarify like what I'm doing and to keep that information up there. So like this is like, you know, now this is kind of like a yeah, it's manual. Yeah, exactly. I'm clicking it. I'm the puppet master. Puppet mistress? So yeah, I thought it was just a chat feed that streamers have. It can be. Like I can make it auto, but I prefer to do it myself. Just so that way the pace fits the video. That's just my preference. You know, yeah, most streamers will have a constant feed of the chat. I don't really like that myself, but some people like it. It depends. It depends on what the live stream is. You know, certain live streams that makes more sense. But I like it this way. So yeah, this is what we're setting up. I'm going to make it, and I'm not going to use it. Like I'm ultimately not going to use this, but now I actually understand how to do this. And I might come back and reference this video someday, honestly. So now after 5 seconds, there it goes. It takes a while. So if I run into this tree 5 seconds later, the leg will get hit. It's actually making all of the code take 5 seconds to hit. Because it's everything after is awaiting. But still, cool. Good to know. Thank you for learning me. I appreciate it. big Godot consultant vibes. And I just keep this credits list just for integrity's sake. Dragon Blade, Godot consultant. All right. So now I want the looping one. So we're going to set it up with the way that the video talked about by creating a fresh, oh, we still got the credits up there, by creating a fresh variable for the timer. And one shot is already false, so I think we can probably get away with leaving that out, but we'll see. Set the wait time to 2. So we're going to say variable timer equals timer. We're going to call it damage timer. Is it equals? It's colon, because we're setting the type. Type timer. And then we're going to say timer new. We're going to add a child timer. So that has to be the variable, I would think. And then now that we've added the child damage timer in there, now referencing this will mean more. And we're going to say wait time, and then we connect the timeout. I guess it'd be nicer if I used this alt tab. I mean, they're all kind of aggressive. We're doing a lot of alt tabbing up in here. Wait underscore time. For now, let's just say 5, just so we can see it work. Timer.timeout.connect. And that's going to connect it to a function. So we're going to have to outsource this to another function. And I'm going to say damage flash for that function. And then we're going to start the timer. Okay. Cool. And then we need to create this func, otherwise it's not going to know that we want it to exist. So I'm going to boop down here. And I'm going to call this damage flash function. Damage flash. And then we want to say change the material. Now I'm going to want it to be damage flash on. And I guess I'll do another function for damage flash off. And that'll turn it back to the original. But let's see if at least this much works. Now this looping isn't going to really be necessary right now. Okay, definitely set it up wrong. Oh no, we did it! I just wasn't patient enough for 5 seconds. Beautiful. That works. That works quite well. I mean, if I'm going to do it this way, I wonder if we could do a one-shot still. I don't know. And so I guess I want it switching to then, I want to set up the next timer within the damage flash function. Maybe. So not only do I want you to change the material, but I also want you to create a new one. And I guess, I mean, forgive me for this variable named Gore. but I'm going to call it damage untimer. Really forgive me. I beg you to forgive me. I'm a noob, and I make noob mistakes, like naming things weird things. So I'm going to call it damage untimer. And because it's not like, right, if someone else is jumping in this project, they're going to be like, what the F is untimer? What does that mean? Like, that's why it's bad, right? Because it's not, like, easily understood by someone other than me. And I recognize that. So we create a new timer here. I'm going to say 5 seconds is too long. We'll just do 1 and 1. And then I want to connect this to damage flash off. So create a new function, damage flash off. And this time, we're going to set it to the default material. Mesh material override default material. I mean, the more I think about it, maybe we could have gotten away with a one-shot timer anyway, honestly. Nice. Off and on. Now, we do have... Okay, so, yeah, we wanted one shot. Maybe, because if you look, they're happening simultaneously over each other and canceling each other out because they're not one shot. I actually do want a one shot now that I think about it. Which, if that's true... I mean, look, I could just do it this way still. But maybe we could write something a little nicer if I don't. But you see how sometimes it starts to flash a little as we're just like sitting here? Let me just run into stuff again. So there it goes off and on. See how it flashed a little bit? That's not the flash we really want. So kind of what I'm doing is I'm creating like some recursion here. Now somehow I need to be able to turn this off. So we kind of want to only say if. This is going to get a little complicated. It's going to get a little complicated. So if we want it to be a one-shot anyway, I wonder... oh, I do want to also let you guys know that my internet has some problems. My internet has some problems sometimes. And you may already know that, but I want you to know. So up in the top left here, you'll notice kilobits per second. That's what I'm live streaming right now. How many kilobits I'm sending out across the internetverse, for the webverse, for it to get to you. 15,000 is what I set it at. So that's what it's supposed to be sitting at, is 15,000. Our internet is like wired wrong. We don't know what's wrong with it. We're looking into it. But basically what'll happen sometimes is that will drop. It'll go from 15,000, like it'll shoot down and it'll shoot back up and shoot down and shoot back up. And then that's green right now. Sometimes it'll go like red and stuff. So yeah, I'm just going to put that up there for a little bit just so you can see. If you notice the quality drops or there's like a buffering circle, it's because of that. Everything is fine. It resolves itself. But I just thought I'd let you know. We might be experiencing some drops momentarily. All right. So, if we go back to the other way, so Dragonblade was saying you can do timer get tree. So we could just do this, really. I think we can create up a one-shot, and I think that'll be okay. Now, a wait, I think, is going to be a little too powerful for us here, because it's going to affect more things than we want to be affected. right? Potentially. Because we're putting this up here. If we do await, it affects everything below it, and I don't want it to do that. Now with this, the get tree create timer, it would just be a short way to do this, and we don't need to define all these different levels of it. So I think I will do that. So we're going to say damage timer, so then we don't have to do this whole variable new thing. Damage timer equals get tree, create timer. Apparently I did want a one-shot. I mean, it's just because I'm like manually looping it, which is arguably not the best idea. But I don't really care. We'll see, because I also need to be able to interrupt it and stop it at some point, which will be interesting. So we create a timer right there, and I'm going to want to keep the timeout portion. I'm going to want to keep the timeout portion, right? Because we do want to connect it. And we do want to start it. So it would just be like this. And this should basically do the same thing, right? Nothing should be different other than we can't define that it loops, which I don't actually want it to loop. So we're all good. Oh, hold on. I did it wrong. Non-existent function start. Oh, so maybe we don't need the start. It'll just start it automatically. That's convenient. I appreciate that. I'm all for automaticism. Nice. Automation. Nice. And this works much better. So it goes on and it goes off. I mean, it does seem a little weird. And so we'd want it to keep flashing depending on if the health is at a certain level. So we'd want it to keep bouncing back. But you see how it's like longer the first time? It's like the timer isn't completing, or it's being called too many times. Maybe if there's like multiple damage within a certain time frame, then it's calling it all those times. It starts directly. Gotcha. Technically, it's a bare bone timer because it doesn't have a node. Right. Oh, gotcha. Nice. So it seems okay as long as it doesn't get interrupted. Oh, no, but there it goes. See how it kind of like... It like goes faster than 1 second sometimes. See how that was like super fast? So I think that there's something fundamentally wrong with the way I'm doing this. Like the one shot is causing, and the function separation stuff is causing it to not do it in an organized way, which makes me think we do want to have it loop. And I just need to set it up with like less ugly code. So there it's once, that looks like 1 second on and off. If I hit it again, you see how quick it flashes and it doesn't do it for 1 second. Something is setting the material back to normal that's outside of the timer scope. Oh, interesting. Thank you so much for your help. Something is setting the material back to normal that's outside of the timer's scope. So right now, the flash on function fires whenever this timer is created. So this timer gets created. Hey, Pepe. It is going well. It is going well. You know, I'm deep in some problem solving. Looks like the internet has balanced out for now. I'm deep in some problem solving, but overall, I know what I'm trying to achieve. And there's some helpful people coming in, and even if they're not here, we'll get there. Thank you for wishing me well. I appreciate it. Thanks for lurking. Love the lurk. So yeah, so when the damage is detected, that is to say, it sees that I am the body part that got hit. Because this is a class script that's attached to different body parts on the alien. And when that collides with an object, it then runs this script. You know what would be helpful, too, would be to see the numbers. It then runs that script where it should be the only place. I meant to keep looking, but now I'm curious just to see if it happens. So there, it's at 4. That just went down to 3. Hit it again. Went down to 2. Hit it again. Went down to 1. It looks like that's shorter than 1 second. That goes down to 3. It's like the timer is shortening itself, which is kind of what I wanted, but I wanted to be in control of that shortening, not like... See, that was a super fast flash right there. But that didn't happen on the other side, so it's not consistent in how quickly it flashes it. So this 2 and 3, those hit at the same time. Those should hit the same, because the collision isn't animating yet. Just the mesh is animating. So if I come over here, I'm gonna run into this house. The left leg and the right leg should hit at almost the exact same time. But you can see one goes off sooner than the other. And there it's flashing super quickly. So there's something funky going on. And I like the idea that maybe it's being called somewhere it shouldn't be, or somewhere extra. I'm not sure where. I've not looked at all of Godot's debugging print statements yet, but perhaps there might be one that tells you what is emitting the signal that triggers the color change function. Interesting. How are you speeding up the movement? I'm speeding up the movement by moving the terrain faster. So the terrain is moving towards the player at a steady velocity. And then when I press the forward button, it speeds up the velocity of the terrain. That's how that works. So the character isn't actually going any faster. The objects are going faster. The objects are the thing that is speeding up. Yeah, I wonder how I'd even do that. Like, perhaps there might be one that tells you what is emitting the signal. You are not speeding up the game time. That affects timers. No, I'm not. I'm not. Oh, nice. Nice troubleshooting. Nice. No, not at all. Nope. It's literally velocity of the speed that the terrain is being emitted. So it's got nothing to do with that. Because it sounds like you guys are saying the way I've set it up should work, unless there's something that we're not seeing about what would make it not work. So that gets called mesh material override damage material, so that it sets it to the damage material. After the 1 second timer goes off, it runs this function. And then I guess simultaneously, it runs this other function that turns the flash off, which then returns us to the default material. I mean, the only thing I could think of would be that there's an interruption in one of those timers, and that's cutting it short. Or there's like many timers being called simultaneously, and they're like overlapping with each other, and that is causing something. Does Godot 4 have print stack? I don't know. Let's find out. First, before I do that, I need to get rid of... I have some other things printing out here that we don't need. So let me just get rid of that so we have less chaos. That is in... Where is that being printed? Actually. I thought I knew where that was being printed. But I actually don't. So we have feet unseen here. I just want... I mean, we can leave it, but... I thought I had that somewhere pretty obvious. I thought I made like a special area for the feet. Let me go into the main scene real quick. See if I can find this. A little fast there. Okay. Yeah, because there should be like a... Oh, you know what? I think that's on... Well, I thought it was. Where is that at? Where is this... feet seen or unseen happening? I mean, I can leave it in there, but if we print that, that seems to let you check how a function was called. If I print that, it's going to be all annoyed. It's going to be really annoying to look at. Because it's just going to have all kinds of extra stuff that we don't care about. There it is. Okay, I found it. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, so then we're going to print stack. That seems to let you check how a function was called. Okay, so I'll go into the body part script. And I'll say when damage flash is on, we'll say print stack. And I guess I'll want that on off as well, maybe? Whoops. Now, if we have a bunch of things getting hit at once, that's going to be pretty confusing. So hopefully we can just get one body part hit and check that. Zoom in the output log. Oh, interesting. What is it telling me? This is very interesting. Oh, look, damage flash off is getting called a bunch of times. This is great. Oh, this is so useful. So damage flash on gets called once. It actually gets called a... This is very interesting. It's definitely getting called too many times. But off is being disproportionately called. What does this 100 mean in the frame 0? Guess it doesn't help as much if it's from timers. It's not a one-shot. It has to be because I used the shorthand code that you gave me, right? Which means it has to be a one-shot. So I decided to go back to making it a one-shot. But that means it has to be a one-shot if I use... Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh! I see what happened. I see what happened. Yay, that helped. No, that was so helpful. That was so helpful. So there is the one-shot. Because I set up one of them as a one-shot. And the other isn't a one-shot. That's why. So the damage flash on is a one-shot. The damage flash off is a loop. That's why. Forgot to update this. Dude, that was so helpful. Print stack. Oh my gosh. Because it just made it so obvious, like, what was happening. Thank you, Dragonblade. Thank you, S. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Oh my gosh. My fault. Big apology. Damage untimer. Do not. I guess we could just say timer. I don't really have to say untimer. Since we're creating it within the function, right? Kind of doesn't matter. And then this is going to be damage flash off. Eureka! And that should be it. I might want to consider renaming it. We'll see. Interesting. So it's running well if we look at the stack print, but it's not actually doing it. So they must be running simultaneously or something. Right, I see, because this is running after 1 second. So maybe I'd want to say that the off runs after 2 seconds. It doesn't really make sense to have that. No, that doesn't work. Oh, I got rid of the mesh. Nope, guys, I just got rid of the mesh, apparently. Apparently, we just got rid of that. So, just silly things, just brain fart things. That's all. There's a hyper in the name of this channel because I have ADHD. And it really shows sometimes. Okay. Nice. Nice. No weird overlapping. I do see it running twice. Is that because I'm hitting 2 limbs? Just seems like a little inefficient to be running it 2 times. If it, okay, I gotta actually, the collision needs to be set better. Because the collision is currently set for the arms to be in a different position than they actually are. Oh no, it just does 1. Yep, beautiful. Let's go. Awesome. Sweet. Okay, let's go. Thank you guys. Awesome. All right, so the next step is to get it to loop, right? So I want to say, this is great. This is amazing. Now I want it to loop loop and change the speed that the flash occurs, depending on how much health there is. Now, right now, there is no loop, right? It just does it on and off. Future homework, coroutines, joking. Thank you for saying joking, honestly. Like, there's definitely been, like, not nice ways people have said what you're saying. And that just, thank you. Thank you. Coroutines. Like, now I'm endeared and extremely interested, and I'm gonna, like, 100% try to remember that. Do not do all these things that I'm clicking on accident. First of all, something that's bothering me is this being visible. Can we not make this? Oh, oh, whoa! First of all, that's cool. You can show the list of things that you're clicking over. I didn't know that. Though now I can't unselect it. I've clicked so many things I didn't mean to click. Wait, why is this grayed out now? Why can't I unselect this? I've clicked things. And I don't know how to unclick them. What is this? Don't show a list of selected nodes at the position. I mean, I don't really care. but it bothers me. This is supposed to turn off, right? Like this is a Godot bug. It must be. It must be. I'm just clicking it. Boop, boop, boop. I didn't mean to click. I meant to click the tabs up here. And I clicked this and I can't get it off. And now every time I click something, it pulls up a list of objects, which isn't bad. It's actually really handy. I actually really like it. I'm actually not mad. But why? So weird. Anyway. Back to the task at hand, which is getting it to loop. Oh, coroutines. Wait, okay. Consider me very curious. Godot coroutines. Oh, it looks like I have... Oops, we're zoomed in. It looks like I have looked at that before. Apparently, I have looked at this before. A coroutine has the ability to pause execution before the end of a function, return to its caller, and be resumed where it left off. Oh, okay. It can be useful where you want to perform a repetitive action, but not on every frame. For example, checking for the proximity of an enemy. The yield function is used to mark the point in the code to pause and return. Oh. Add a yield statement to a function to interrupt the code execution and return the caller function and resume code execution later. Interesting. That kind of makes sense to me. I'll have to look for the homework. I'll have to look for some video of someone explaining it with examples. Print stack seems like it will be very helpful in many situations. I'm glad I looked into that. It will actually print all dev-defined signals and calls that it went through to reach print stack. Yeah, print stack. Yeah, we need to like take a moment to admire the beauty of print stack. Thank you for looking into it and finding it, because that is super, super helpful. Like that solved so much. And I mean, look at that. Look at that. I mean, there's so many different functions we could put this in, you know? And you said dev defined, so I'm guessing there's like settings we can put in here, right? To make that, or arguments or something, to make it print more or less, which is really cool. It's super useful. Yeah, print stack. Print stack will show you a bunch of information related to a particular function that you put it in. And so now I know what's happening with this function. Before, this timer was running too many times and I didn't know why. I didn't even know it was running too many times. But because I could see the print stack, I was like, oh, that's running too many times. Print stack. Very useful thing. Observing and learning from Angola. Welcome! Welcome! I don't know how to say your name. Nadino? Nadino? Welcome. Thank you for joining and thank you for learning with me. I am learning. I am very young to Godot. But, you know, I'm trying to make a simple enough but not too simple game to help me learn the tools a little better. And I'm glad that you're here joining us. Thank you for saying hello. Welcome. I stream on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Wednesdays and Thursday. Hold up. Not Tuesdays. I stream on Wednesdays and Thursdays, working on this game specifically. Every Friday, I do a 1-hour game jam where I try to make a game in 1 hour here, and others are welcome to join. We check out the entries other people make as well after. And then on Mondays, I do a member stream where I make stuff in Blender. And that's my stream schedule. So I'll be here every week doing stuff. I'm glad you made it here today. For example, if you did emit signal something with print stack, it will also say where you had that emit signal line. Oh. I have that. I have something. If I understand what you're saying, if you did emit signal, so we definitely have some emitting happening here. And you're saying if I put print stack in here, so here's is damaged. So is damaged, if I come down to the is damaged, oh, but that's a variable. That's not a function. Because that would have to be in the function, right? I kind of understand what you're saying. I guess it'd be connect that would put it into a function. Where would I put it to make it do it? I mean, if I did like print stack right here. This is if we're damaged with less than or equal to 0 health. So if I take damage and it breaks a limb off, we'll get the print stack. Oh, but look, it's still doing a bunch of stuff anyway. Is it? No. Oh, just check area? Look at that. That's pretty interesting. In function check area. I guess that's where I put it. Check area, that's somewhere else. I don't even know. That's over here in this other script. So in this other script, I have check area, this class script for the obstacle. So the obstacle that you run into is what emits the body part area. And then we connect that to an autoload messenger script. And then that comes into this body part class script. We have limb is damaged, emit is damaged. So we're printing that. And so it's printing, it's telling me what that is. So the frame bit helps you differentiate multiple stacks. Right. I thought maybe that was literally telling me what frame it's occurring on. So what if I do like, I don't know, I'm just gonna jam it somewhere. I'm just gonna put it places. This is what updates the damage amount number. Okay, I still have it set up so we don't necessarily fall down a pit. Frame 1, sem 0. So there's frame 0 for damage amount. I think I still am not sure what a stack is. Frame 0 is where you had print stack. Oh. Basically gives you the list of who called who. I feel like I'm still too green, still too new to fully appreciate how useful this is. Like, I barely understand what a stack is. Truth. I barely understand it. I'm so distractible. But it's interesting, so I'm okay with it. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm studying. A function stack. Okay. Functions. A stack of functions. A stack of functions. Of course. It's just this is stack of functions. I'm new to coding. I should say I'm new to coding in general. Not only am I new to Godot, but I'm new to all coding. It's all new to me. You know, relatively speaking. Where did I even put this just now? Health collected. Oh, so that would be if we run over one of these cows. There it is. Frame 0. Still don't really understand why that's a 0 and the other one is a 1. Like, I just don't technically understand, but I'm sure you understand, and that's very meaningful. Function A called function B. Function B called function C. Function C called function D. And in D, you have print stack. Each frame will be each function in the order it was called. Oh. Oh, and so that's why the other one, because it's on a different script, that's why the other one is frame 1? No. That doesn't make sense. Oh, it is telling me the script. There's health. No, because this is on... Oh, that one does have a 1. Body part, that's on its own script, so that's why it's 0. Is that what making sense is? And then since this one is obstacle, it's on frame 1. Oh, do I understand it? Did I... Good explanation, but it might be reverse order. Gotcha. It's possible that I sort of kind of get it. Hard sort of. Big kind of. Let me get some of these things out of here for now. And then let me also do what I was going to do, which is hide this arrow. Okay. So back to the original problem. Although I'm still down to talk about other things because this is fascinating and I'm learning so much. What I want is for this to loop. So when I bump into this, not just change red once and go back, but actually constantly flip back and forth, flip back and forth, flip back and forth at a certain rate. So I might actually want it to not be a one-shot. Which is a little annoying because now I have to put that code back in here. But I would not... Annoying is a strong word for that. All I need to do is paste. I feel like I have it on the clipboard. Yeah, it's right there. Now that I know a little bit more of what I want, or how the code should look. Let's get rid of that. Change this to off. So I don't know if these are actually going to bounce back and forth like I want them to. I feel like they're going to get messy with each other. But maybe that's not true. So here on this other one, replace this with the original timer setup. That was 5 seconds. I don't want 5 seconds. And then, of course, then eventually I'm going to want to set up that it changes the rate of the flash. But let's see if this, like, what this even does. Interesting. So it's just running flash off. It's because we're predicating it on the damage. So what we'd have to do is we'd have to say that it goes back to damage. So when the flash comes off, it needs to go back to being on. And then somehow I need to interrupt that. So like, I guess I would be creating another new variable in that function. It seems like it's going to get messy, but I want to do it just for the sake of seeing what happens. So I do want this to go to flash on. So we want it to go back there. So it's like we're doing an initial timer to kick it off, which I don't really need. I actually don't need that at all. I don't need that whatsoever, right? We would want to say this happens immediately. In fact, all I'd want to do is just say call the damage flash on function. That's all I really wanted to do. Which, how do you call a function again? Oh, I know. No, I don't. Wait, do I know? I'm sorry, I know that's super embarrassing. I think if I go to, I just don't do it that often. So I'm just going to look at where I have called a function before and remind myself how we did that. Just like this, I think that calls a function. Okay, so we just put it in parentheses. Got it. Or put parentheses at the end of it, and then that will call the function at the end. So I think that's all I want to do. I don't want to actually have like a timer that, the first timer. Here, damage flash on, like that. We can spawn in a hole. That's it's on the to-do list to fix. Nice. Oh, beautiful. Look at that flash. Let's go. Let's go. Now, of course, I want to be able to turn that back off. Input overflow. Okay, okay. Oh, Godot is not liking all that input output. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, 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 I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Too much happening there. So we're gonna not print the stacks anymore. Now that we have the information we need, we should definitely remove that. And then I'm also gonna want to, what is it that I also want? I do want to be able to interrupt it. Yeah, I guess that's what I want to do. So we actually need to say this only happens depending on how much health there is. So right now there's 3 health, right? So if I were to heal this arm right now, so if I grab this cow and we touch it onto the arm, which is not, oh, we're having performance issues. So I think this calling all these functions, not good. No bueno. No bueno. Oh, it's chaos. Because I guess it's creating all of these timers. It's just creating and creating and creating and creating new timers constantly. And since it's creating so many timers, it's like the performance is just exploding. So actually, we might want to only have one timer instead of creating a new one. That's what the note. I was like, I guess we do want a node. All of this to learn how to do it in code, just to realize it would be better to just use the node. Yeah. Hey, GWiz, welcome. Put an actual timer node on the objects and call them. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the way. Well, as much as I wanted to learn how to do it in code, and I did, it's not the right tool for this job. That's very funny. Okay, so yeah, I just can't believe it that I'm coming back to that. So great. So now here's the thing, is it's a class script, right? It's a class script. And each body part has that same script. So the question is, where do I put the timer? And I pose this not necessarily as something I expect you to answer, but it is the question that the point that I'm at. So, you know, I could put a timer on each one, which seems, well, I guess that makes sense. I guess each one could have its own timer, and then that way the class script can just look for its timer, right, and call it the same way. Yeah, that makes sense. Seems like a lot of timers, but that's not like, there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. It's certainly better than creating an infinite number of timers. All right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. All right, so, you know, but then I was also thinking, well, you know, we could create a timer like outside of this, and then they all reference that one timer. Then I only have to change one timer. That's the alternative. Like, the timer doesn't necessarily have to be on there. So I could say I mean, I just have to figure out where I want to put that, right? Like, I could say on the detection areas or something. I mean, I'd almost want to organize that a little differently. Maybe even on the player, just have like a node of timers. You can create a timer in your script at onReady, reusing it just like a node, so you don't have to bother managing nodes. Oh, I like that. I like that. It should be easy because they're all in the same place in the hierarchy. Right, right, right. I like this. Oh, you guys are amazing. Oh my gosh, your help. Your help is so appreciated. Okay. Yeah. I think I will do that. I think that makes a lot of sense. We're back to onReady. So wait, I can create it. So onReady can be used to actually create something new, not just reference something that already exists. I mean, I guess we're creating a variable here. So if I say at onReady variable damage timer, and then we do the same code we did before. So it's creating it ahead of time, one time. So actually not any of this logic. I think it's still on the clipboard. Talking about some of this. Something like that. Yeah, already it's just shorthand of doing it in the ready function. Oh. That's kind of what I thought it was. Oops, I forgot to put the zoom away. Sorry. Whoopsie. I do that sometimes. That's what I thought. But surely there's some advantage to doing it here versus putting it in the ready function. Otherwise, why would it even be possible? So that creates our damage timer right there. We're saying right now 1 second. I do want this to be different, but for now, we'll keep it like that. And that creates it. And then over here, we just reference it. So we don't actually have to change that much. All I have to say is well, I guess I would still start it like this. Start the timer, and then when it times out, put it here. I feel like I need a separate timer for the flash on and flash off. Plus, I do want the functions, I guess. I guess I still do want the functions. Absolutely. Absolutely still want the functions. See, that's what I thought too, Dragon, that onReady is shorthand for ready. I have questions about that, but mostly I get it. Maybe. So I'm going to get rid of all this. Put start here. This isn't going to work. It's not going to work. Non-existent function start in base scene tree timer. Oh. So I just call it. I just say like damage timer, and it'll just create it. Or it'll just do it. That's a negative. It just like ignores it. It just doesn't do anything. We do have debug. Body part signal timeout is already connected to a given callable. Oh, so we do need to make separate timers, I think. My understanding of why they did the onReady, the at, is to shorten how you create a script variable. Without it, you create a null variable that you need to assign the ready for. Oh yeah, totally. Oh yeah, I do that all over the place. I got one right here. Although I don't know if I'm setting that up in ready, but yeah. That's really interesting. That's a really interesting explanation. Thank you for that. So if I find myself creating a null variable that I need to assign in the ready function, it's time to think, maybe I should use @onReady annotation. Cool. That's really interesting. We got a bunch of Godot wizards in the house. I love it. Welcome. So kind of correct? Wait, what's kind of correct? Wait, what are you asking that about? Did I say that? I probably did. You need the null variable because you can't access the node tree without it being correct. Oh, I see. You're saying like I'm kind of correct without it being ready. You can't access the node tree without it being ready. You need to create the null variable. Okay. I see. So you're saying like when I say we should look to use the annotation if I find myself setting up a null and then putting it in onReady or in ready. Not necessarily do I want to use an annotation. You can have non-null like you have your integer numbers variables. Right. I kind of understand. It's over my head a little bit. But it's while it's over my head, it's still in my head. It's over my brain. It's in my head, but it's over my brain. And one day my brain will be like, "Oh wait, that thing that Dragonblade said." Got it. Your is part is not null because you are assigning it in the editor. Right. 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 True. Fact. Absolute fact. Right. And yeah, right. And that's via the exported annotation. That's true. I feel you trying to learn me. I feel you trying to learn me. Or teach me. Okay, so I'm trying to get this to work. I think I need a separate damage timer. I think I need to say @onReady damage timer start @onReady variable damage timer end. That's probably better than untimer. And really, it's the same thing. And so down here, we say damage timer start. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if this actually solves the problem that we're having. It might still be like, hey, timeout doesn't make sense here. But at least it's not in two places. No good. Signal timeout is already connected to a given callable. Flash off in that object. I officially don't know what that means. So in damage flash on, within damage flash, oops, on. Just get out of the way. Body part. So for the script that we're in, and in damage flash on, the signal timeout is already connected to given callable area 3D You have one timer when collision happens. You're connecting the timeout of that timer to a function. Haven't I made 2 timers? This way? A second collision happens. You were trying to connect the same cable to the same function. That sounds correct. I'm sure I'm telling it to do that. What I'm not sure of is how to tell it to do what I want. So this function, damage flash on, gets called when the collision occurs. One timer. When collision happens, we're connecting the timeout of that timer to a function. So the collision happens, it calls this function. It changes the material, which we see happen, and then it starts damage timer start, which was set up in the @onReady. And then I'm saying on the timeout, connect that timeout of damage timer start to this function. Call this function damage flash off. And when it goes off, when this function, is called, switch back to the default material. Start damage timer end. This is what I think I'm saying. I see that this is not what I'm saying. A second collision happens. This should be just one collision. But I think I see what you're saying, that would cause a problem if there was a second collision. Is that where the problem is happening? Is if there's a second collision? You need to call the connect function only once. You're calling it every time you hit something. Oh. That sounds tricky. So I guess I want to put this in, like, ready or something. Oh, I get it. So I come up here to ready. I see. I think. I mean, I maybe see. I less unsee. Timer timeout setup or whatever. Whoops, wrong place. Meant to put this up here. Timer timeout setup. Basically move the connect into the ready function. Yes, I was right. Let's go. Let's freaking go. It's like trying to plug in your TV in the power outlet every time you want to change the channel. Dude, you are amazingly helpful. Thank you. What an amazing analogy. But you can't because you have only one cable and it's already plugged. I'm just imagining. Change the channel. But you can definitely try. You can try change the channel and press. That is wow. What's up, Rogue? How you doing? Thanks for coming through. Set a variable collision true equals 0, then only do it once and make collision true 1. Interesting. Interesting. So instead of it happening every time, that's actually a really good idea. Let me try this and see what this does, and probably learn that I should do that. That's a really good idea. Let me set that aside right there. I'm going to come back to that. We're going to circle back to that. Very nice. So, timer setup, timer timeout setup. So in here, I'm going to want to say damage timer start timeout connect. So we're just connecting this here ahead of time. So timeout is connected to these functions. We want to say that, whoops, that it ending is connected to damage flash off. It starting is connected to damage flash on. These are instantiated or set up to begin with over here with these on ready annotations. And then we're finally calling that, or saying to fire that timer right here. So all I gotta say is damage timer start, damage timer. Look how readable that is. Oh, it's beautiful. But will we need to consider rogue suggestion as well? We'll see. Okay, we still have some problems. We still have some problems. So it's coming on, but it's not going back off. Debugger doesn't have anything to say about it. Oh, I see. Because nothing is saying to now do damage flash off. So we have to say damage flash off. So once damage flash on is started, I mean, I actually want to say, the thing is I want to say when damage timer start ends, then do damage flash off. And that's where the timeout thing was helpful. So like, I don't really know how to, I guess I could, because then they're just going to happen at the same time, right? Which makes me think I don't need 2 timers. I only need 1 timer. I only need 1 timer. Right? What happens before the timer runs and what happens after the timer runs. Yeah. Wait a freaking minute. So we say, we can just say damage timer start, and then it runs damage. Wait. So I guess I don't want this in here at all. I don't want this function at all. I actually want to say, like, get rid of this entire function, right? Come up here. When the collision occurs, we want to change to the damaged mesh material. And then we want to start the timer and run the flashing going off function. Because that function is only going to run when the timer ends. And then we change it back to the default material. And we don't need... Right. Whoa, you got a 5 in there? What you got a 5 in there for? So I don't need this at all. I'm still missing something, maybe? Oh. We don't need damage flash on anymore, just damage flash off. And it's just damage timer start. Damage timer start. When it times out, damage flash off. I mean, that just makes sense, just looking at that. 5 is just a random number. Okay. Okay, not yet working. Not yet working. All right, all right, all right. We got a little bit of an issue here. Let's see what it is. So we create damage timer start before the game starts playing. That's ready to go. It takes 1 second. We're creating a new timer, 1 time, damage timer start. When the collision occurs, which is right here. So if I see that I have collided, damage has been detected. When it's been detected, it sees who it is. It's going to say, change the damage material. I mean, just out of curiosity, I mean, if I just comment out that whole timer and function thing, it should just turn red when I bump into something. Okay, good. So that much works. So we're fine with that. And then I want the damage timer to begin. And I also want damage flash off. Oh, I don't need to call it. I don't need to call it, do I? Do I? Because if the timer starts, it going off is already connected. So that goes there. Oh, not quite. Not quite. But if I do run that, then it doesn't come on at all. Oh, I know why. Because that's the first thing that happens in that function. So that's all. So if this, so yeah, because this, so somehow I need to tell this to run on the timeout. So that's not set up right. Because the way you are creating the timer, it's a one shot. And it starts as soon as it's created. Oh, so I have to do the other way of making it. Which may point to just making a node. Interesting. So it's turning it back to default as soon as the game starts. Basically, all we're doing is we're setting it to default after 1 second of the game starting, is the way that it's working right now. This stuff is confusing, but like, not that confusing. And we're getting there. So, collision happens, color changes, timer starts. We don't want to run this because that's going to run alongside of it, which makes it just do nothing. I guess I would want to run the function. Dragonblade knows. Dragonblade knows. Like, what if I ran the function first instead of starting the timer? And then the timer starts in there. In ready function, connect it. Okay, we do have it. We have damage timer start, timeout connect, damage flash off. And then perhaps, and I'm just simultaneously problem solving while you type out what you type out. And on collision, turn object red and start timer. Oh, do start the timer. Oh. Do start the timer there. So like what I was already doing so far. Because I was thinking, yeah, because that doesn't make sense, right? And you've got it typed with all kinds of parentheses and stuff. Look at all that. Oh, damage timer start. Start. Oh, that's redundant. I see. No, what? We need to maybe not have the word start there. It's a parenthesis for your text context. Okay. Okay. I kind of thought maybe that's what you were doing. And then the 1, I'm not sure what the 1 means, but it's very interesting. It's an argument. I know that. I can say that much. The 1 is the seconds. Oh. So then, why are we defining it up here? You're saying don't put it in on ready anymore. Have it just be in the ready function. That can't be what you mean. So it's a damage timer. It's hard to explain things. I know. But this isn't different. Non-existent functions start in base scene tree timer. Because, so we need to make a different kind of timer, right? Wouldn't we want to say timer type? How was that other way that it was being set up? It was like timer new, like that, and maybe that will make it work. Maybe, like you were saying, it's the one shot. Oh, so close. Well, at least it turns on. At least it turns on. No crash. Timer was not added to the scene tree. Either add it or set auto start to true. Either add it or set auto start to true. So it's not adding it to scene tree at damage detected. This timer stuff confuses me. I love using timers, like in other engines that have something that I've found more understandable for timers. I've used timers constantly. And that's why I'm so determined to learn it today. I always forget that nodes need to be in the scene. Okay. Okay. This doesn't put it in the scene. It also says or set auto start to true. So I mean, that just creates it. Oh yeah. Right. The last tutorial talked about that too. Gotcha. Nice. Okay. And so I guess we would do that, but we wouldn't want to add it every collision. So I guess I would do that on ready. And that is add child damage timer, right? Add same place that you're connecting. You need to, yeah. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. I'm so glad you can read, you like, whenever there's an error, you like read that error. You're like, oh, I see what it wants. I want that superpower. Add child. Something like this. Yeah. Add child damage timer. Okay. I'm optimistic. Yes, we spawn in a hole sometimes. Let's go! Never been so happy to see something disappear. Let's go! Oh yeah, baby. All right, so that's one time. All right. Whew. So that plays once. That plays once now. Let's go. So now, I love like it's like a victory, and now more. Um, so now that plays once, if I want that to loop, we've got the damage flash off function. It turns off the material. Now I want this to start the timer again. So I guess we would just add damage timer start, honestly. Right? And then I guess we would want to say, oh, I don't know. I actually don't know. I guess we do need another function, and we do need another timer, right? One that turns it back on. I guess we do need another function, now that I think about it. Because all this will do is turn it off again. So, alright. Okay. Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it. So, put this in here. I'm just guessing. I mean, this is just me. I could be wrong, but I think this is what would make sense. Put this back to damaged materials. So we're still kicking it off. It's actually very similar to what was set up before, if this is correct. And then what I need to do is go back to saying damage timer start, or damage timer I mean, if I want to be really specific, like damage flash begin. It's kind of confusing, like if that's a timer or not. Damage flash end. Timer. Create a new timer. It's nice, because like once we find a way to make it work right, then the tweaking can happen, potentially. So I said damage flash on connects to damage flash off. Damage flash begin, sorry. Damage flash begin. Getting a little confusing there with damage flash off. I feel like we could just say, we could just call this end, maybe put a little like underscore here. So it's just like a little different. It's all getting a little confusing. Damage flash end. So many places to update it. Damage flash begin, timeout connected to damage flash end. And then we want to add child, damage flash begin. And then we also want to say, oh wait, why is that? Oh, okay, just needed a second. Just needed a minute. Damage flash end, connect its timeout to damage flash begin. And then add child, damage flash end. Damage flash, oh yes, so I do need to rename this. Damage flash begin. Now do you want to try it as a coroutine? If I could, maybe, kind of, sorta. I want to finish setting this up and see if the result is good. And if it is good, I'd be curious to try a coroutine, because you're making it sound like it's gonna be like better overall. Like after, yeah, like maybe more efficient and easier to set up and stuff like that. So I'm curious. I'm very curious. If you're willing to guide me through it, I'm here for it. So then this one is going to be damage timer, damage flash, begin. We want to start that one. And I don't really want to hard code this, so we'll say, you know, damage flash time or whatever. We can fix that. Damage flash end, and then they just kick back and forth in theory. Make sure I spelled all that right. Here we say damage timer begin. We start the beginning of the damage flash. We start the beginning of the damage flash. Identifier damage flash begin is not declared. Sure about that. Is that not what this is? Godot? Oh, I spelled out the whole word damage. I don't know why, but I did. Okay. All right, SS, thank you so much for stopping in, for consulting, and for hanging that print stack discovery. That was real. Yeah, good to see you again. Good night for now, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Always love a familiar face. And new faces. Familiar faces are nice too. Okay, it plays at once. It does play at once. So let's see why that might be happening. So it plays at once, damage flash begin, kicks off the damage flash end function, which turns it back to the normal material. In theory, I'd want it to then kick off the damage flash begin. Oh, I guess I want to say end. Wait, is that correct? Is that what I want? It's pretty confusing. There's some sloppiness here, to be sure. Yes, flashing. Let's go. It flashes. We're not getting significant slowdown. We're hurting all over, and it's flashing all over. But when does it stop? Yeah, that was that was gonna be the next part, which yeah. I was planning on crossing that bridge when I got there, but you know, it may turn out that there is no good way to do it, and perhaps your coroutine suggestion is gonna be a better way to go. And then the other question, there's a lot of questions here. Because we also need to update, no, that's not that much of a question, I guess, because if we just create a variable that's local to the script. So what I was thinking is we need, depending on what these numbers are. So right now, those are all 3. But if one of them is 2, then that one now needs to flash faster. But I think that one's pretty easy to figure out. So it would stop when that goes back to 4. So I would want to somehow say when it's 4, maybe the time is 0, or the timer gets freed, the queue gets freed or something, or I don't know. The coroutine would just consolidate everything in one place. I would be interested in learning about that even before I figure out how it stops. I mean, I'm not sure if you're asking it because you know that it's like going to be absurdly difficult, or if literally you're just like, how do we do that next? I'd imagine there's some way we could interrupt those timers playing. Maybe, I mean, there's a timer start. And there's a stop. So maybe we could just do stop, right? We could say, so right now, yeah, I think that's what I would try to do next. And maybe we could do this before the coroutine part, maybe. So what I would do is say that this actually only runs, so this... I guess because we're caught in this function loop, so that makes it tough. So we have to set a class variable. Also, Rogue, I didn't forget about your suggestion, but I think we don't technically need it. But if I were to continue down this path, I think I would want something similar to that and set a variable for the script that gets updated depending on if our health is full or not, which is a little messy. So like if current health is, we have greater than 0, less than 0, we'll want to say if it's max health. So I think I actually have a max health right here. So if it is max health, we have that in one place, I think. 2 places. Yeah, 1 place. So we could say if max health, if current health is equal to max health, yeah, that's what we could do. Actually, that wouldn't be that hard, right? We could just say only run this damage flash if current health is set to max health. Or is equal to? I guess that'd be setting it. So if these are the same, then run all of this. Otherwise, don't even bother. Or we could say else. And I might want to stop a different one. I might want to stop the begin, not the end. Right? So something like this. If current health is set to max health. Otherwise, stop it. I might need to switch which one is stopped there. So the legs will be the easiest to test this, because if we just walk over the cows on the ground here, it'll heal. That's not the way the game is supposed to work, but... Oh, okay, so since we're at max health... Whoa. Okay, that immediately didn't work. Immediately, it's stopping it. Oh, other way around. That's funny. What I actually want to say is this. Flip these. A little flippy dippy. It's just a little flippy dippy. And I see your messages, Dragon. I'm just gonna, since I had this momentum, I figured I'd fill this out first, and then we can further compare how this full thing works versus a coroutine setup. So let's hurt those legs. It's flashing. It's not flashing. It is flashing. Great, it's flashing. Beautiful. And then if I walk over those legs, they're going to be healed. So now they're 4. And it stops. Let's go. Ooh, I got excited. So I could say instead of 1, we could do like 0.2, just so the effect is more obvious. It's probably a little too fast. That might even be like seizure level. But then again, it is just one little body part. It's not like the whole screen. So there, it's flashing a little faster. The timing being off is pretty annoying, I will say. I'd almost like the timings to be synchronized, but that seems like a whole other problem. I don't even... Okay, let's heal those legs up. So now they're both 4. And it stops. Nice. So that's how I would stop it. I don't love that they aren't synchronized. There probably is a way to like synchronize it with the physics process or something. But I kind of think it doesn't matter. So they're hurt and they're flashing. And then if we heal it, it'll stop. So that works. And I'm going to save it and make a GitHub commit as this. And then we'll try it the other way and see what happens. All right, cool. Currently, we have it. There's no way to sync them. That's good to know. That's good to know that that's a disadvantage of doing it this way. It's pretty annoying. I'm gonna say that the flash is pretty dang annoying. Like, I don't know. Like, seeing it in action, oof, does not strike me as the best final way to have this information be conveyed. This might be a reason to consider something else. Oh, look, it stopped on a injure. It doesn't always stop on the one that we want it to stop on. It stops it on the one that it's currently on. So I guess I'd want to say only stop on the one that changes it back to default. So this one doesn't. I'd actually want to say if current health doesn't equal max health, which I don't really know how to type that. I guess we could say if it's less than max health, then, or we actually want to keep this one. I'm a little confused. Thought of an idea? Ooh, nice. Because if the flash, it's a little confusing. Damage flash begin must always start the timer. Damage flash begin must always start the timer. Whoa. That's interesting. This is confusing. It's confusing. You're smart. We're all smart, but I like the way you're smart right now. So I want to say, dude, my brain just got so twisted trying to. Okay, I want to say that if the current health is less than the max health, then we need to start the timer. And we want the damage to happen. So I would want to say like this. If the current health is less than the max health, set the damage material and start the timer. And then I'd want to say, if the current health is set to the max health, but I still want it to flash, even if it's not set to the max health. Right, that's okay. That's okay. Current health, max health, stop it. Otherwise, does this make sense? I don't know if this makes sense. Or if I've typed it in the right way. Spawning in a hole. Okay, it's flashing. It's less unsynchronized. to be sure. And then if we fix that leg at the bottom, not getting stuck yet on red. I mean, I have to like keep trying to get it stuck on red. Oh, body got stuck on red. So we don't ever want it to stop before it changes it back to default. So I'd want to say mesh back to default and then stop. And then you're saying it always starts, damage flash begin must always start the end timer. Damage flash begin must always start the end timer. So then this one must begin that timer? It's confusing. Okay, that just makes it not flash anymore. But then nothing is gonna start the begin timer. I'm not exactly sure how that works with the synchronizing thing. But I hear you. I definitely hear you. So there it's flashing. Not synchronized, but at the very least, I'd like to make sure we can get it to not stop on red. Okay, we're back to 4-4 here. I'm really just going to look at the legs, since those are just easier to heal and damage than the arms. Back to 4. I think that is better, unless I'm just getting lucky. I feel like we're not landing on red on the legs. I'll try the arms too. My grab and heal mechanic is a work in progress. It's not supposed to be this difficult to do. I'm just gonna keep doing the legs. I think that's fixed. That looks fixed. Still a little confused by the synchronize. You're making the limb red in begin, but at some point it needs to change back. So it needs to start the timer to change it back to default. If damage flash begin is called, then damage flash end needs to be called. But if health is full, damage flash begin doesn't need to be called. If health is full, damage flash begin doesn't need to be called. Dude, this is so confusing to me. It's like so confusing. If damage flash begin is called, damage flash begin is called when oh, it's so confusing. Damage flash begin makes it red, start timer. Makes it red, start flash begin timer. Okay, I got that. It's so confusing. Damage flash end, make green if health not full. Start timer. Right. And so there's the two different timers. There's the end timer and the begin timer, which I admit is very confusing. Because the flash beginning connects to ending. So when the flash begins, when that ends, it triggers the end. When the flash ends, that triggers the beginning. I need to draw something. I need to like draw a chart. That's the only way I'm gonna like wrap my head around. I can't. It's like my ADHD personally like prevents my brain from like setting this up in a visual way. This is where visual scripting would save me a little bit of headache, but just a little, not a lot. So when the end timer starts, that when that ends, when the end timer ends, it goes to begin. It's so confusing. I can't I can't I'm honestly not even this is something my brain from another time would handle. And my brain from another time would be more interested in this. Uh in the meantime, I'm going to do something so I can put it on an infinite loop for a second. I have to be right back. Give me like 1 minute. Let me just pop this open, and then I'll come back and we'll try the coroutine thing. As far as syncing it, I feel like that I don't feel like I have to prioritize that right now. like that's something I can come back to another time and sort it out, and we'll be okay. For right now, it's too much for my little head to wrap around. I need to make like a drawing and stuff, which I'll do that, but not right now. So let me just remove temporarily this terrain block. That way I can put this on a loop. I'm gonna be right back for 1 minute. For 1 minute. And so if I set it up this way, it'll be a loop. So it's visual. It's something visual. Here we go. I want to set up a debug thing that lets me remove tiles. So I just removed the tile that will stop the loop. So now it's just a loop. And now it's a loop. And then we could even enjoy enjoy the base. I want him to be holding BRB. That's what I want. That's my dream. Yeah. It's not bouncing, which would help, which would really sell it all the way. But you know, I'll take what I can get. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Give me like 1 minute. All right, all right. Look at him go. Look at him go. Holding that message. I'm actually very surprised how well this worked out. So I'm gonna make a GitHub commit momentarily. I'm gonna try this coroutine method. If Dragonblade is still with us. And if not, perhaps Dragonblade has left us enough instruction that it can be puzzled out. This is a great learning experience. I'm learning a lot today. Let's make this commit. Let's make this commit. Oh, we got a little hurt. I know we hurt. I'm starting to like feel like the flashing is not a great look, but that's okay. It's a start. That's what it was always supposed to be. So it's okay that it's not perfect. All right. And I'll be back tomorrow, so maybe tomorrow we can expand on it. All right. I'm going to hit save. And then let me make a quick commit. So that way, whatever changes, if it doesn't end up coming together right, can always go back. So I'm going to say damage flash indicator version 1.5. 1.05. Using recursive functions via timers, collision with objects, or lower health on obstacle collision causes the affected limb to flash a dark red color. This may not be a best way to approach it. We'll be trying a version 2. Currently, the flashing does not speed up as damage increases, nor is the flashing synced up. All right, commit it. And let's get experimental. You know, we make a commit, we can just do whatever we want. We can just blow the whole thing up, because we can always go back. Okay, so Dragon gave us, and I just want to say thank you so much, everyone who's been coming through and giving some advice today. I've learned so much already, and I really appreciate it. For the coroutine, comment out / remove the connect on the second timer. Okay. On the second timer, not the first one, just the second one. It's interesting. The end one, yeah. You're so good. I can't believe you even remember everything that's in my code. And inside the function for the first one, by the way, this repo is public, FYI. I still need to add it. Add what? I think maybe I understand what you mean. Comment out, remove the connection on the second timer. I think I know what you mean. And inside the function for the first one, await the second one after you start it. Oh, I need to keep add child. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Oh, that's interesting. This isn't much of a change. Okay. This is very interesting. Inside the function for the first one, this one, await the second one after you start it. So what was just commented out was connecting damage flash end to damage flash begin. So there's no more damage flash end connecting to damage flash begin. So we don't want to say or we do want to say damage flash end, but instead, since, right, I see, because we built in this calling the function, but now I've commented out this calling the function. Gotcha. And so now what I'm going to say also, I apologize. The internet has decided to do its wacky thing that it does. So if you notice any buffering, maybe you notice nothing. But I'll put the kilobits per second up in the top left. If that is below 15,000 significantly, then you'll know what's happening. It may not be a big deal, but briefly it happens. The quality might drop. You might get a little buffering. It doesn't happen that often. Sometimes it does. Just want to let you know. All right. And then move the code from the end function into the start one after the await. Oh. Timer A is connected to a function and is started on collision. Function starts timer B and you await it in the same function. Whoa. That makes sense. Like, that makes sense. Coroutine. Is that it? That can't be it. I missed something. Right? Yes. Okay. So it's starting. It's hitting. So it's detecting if current health is less than max health. Set to damage material. And maybe I might have like done the timers in the wrong order. Like when you said first one, second one, I might have like done that messed up. But that's kind of easy to fix, right? So if current health is less than max health, set the damage material, and then begin the flash timer. When the flash timer ends, so this one should be connected to the function. So it should call damage flash end. Right? So if we come back up here, we've got damage flash begin calls damage flash end. So then so now this should start over. If current health is set to max health, which it won't be, so it'll skip all this. Otherwise, set it to material, default material. And that should happen after the other. I mean, this looks like it should work. Sets the default material. But it's not getting to this point. I mean, I'm curious if I say print awaited, like this probably won't fire if it doesn't await, because it's gonna start it here, right? If the current health is less than the max health. So if it's not even getting to await, awaited won't print. Maybe, possibly. And we started in a hole, which is always fun. And I missed some chat, I think. Potentially. Only potentially. Okay, so it is, the awaiting is happening. That is firing all over the place. That is super firing. Awaited, 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 awaited. Lots of awaiting happening. So it is getting to there. It must be running it at the same time and like canceling it out somehow. Put another print in here. I don't know if I'm actually understanding how this printing works. I guess the internet isn't bad. It's like we're just getting these like very specific drops and then everything is fine again. So if I bump into this, defaulted awaited. What if I just, for the sake of clarity, I make this 1 second instead of 0.2? Just so to see what the difference in timing is between the message output, the printing. They're happening at the same time. So I feel like the await, I'm not running the await correctly. So maybe I need to look into how to do await properly. I feel like that's where I'm having an issue. Like the await is basically doing nothing. Can I actually put a link in chat? You can't. Alternatively, you could tell me how to find the link, or you could join the Discord and drop the link in there somewhere or send it to me on Discord. The reason why you can't put links in chat is just because it's like this super easy way to stop bots. If the bots can't post links, they don't bother. So like as soon as I disallow links, bots are almost gone, almost entirely gone. Except for the ones who are fine with just posting a non-link link. You know, with like spaces in between or something. I don't even know if that'll work. But yeah, you could tell me how to get there or something like that. What channel? You could do it in... That's a good question. That's a great question. I had a channel. It's privated right now. But I can make it non-private. The reason why I privated it, because I don't think people understood what it was for. I didn't know how to explain it. But it was like specifically for exactly these things. You could just do it in general. I mean, you could just do it in general, but... Here, we'll say live text. Okay, I just created the channel live text. It has been created in the live. So there's a live stream category. Right there, baby. Live text. Oh, that works too. Works for me. Works for me. Whatever works, works. Hey, what's up, Stormrun? Your internet has gotten worse since they started installing fiber. That sucks. I've actually heard that from a lot of other people, like that happens when they start tearing things up. So I have gotten done away. I can't show you. I can, but I just have to pull up the live stream because we're making some changes. We're attempting some alternate ways of doing this. Oops. And we skip to the next video because we're making some. But what we achieved was getting it to flash at a steady pace. We got it to flash at a steady pace, but it's not an ideal way to do it. And now Dragon Blade is showing me a more ideal way to do it. Let's see, where's... There. So I think at some point here we bump into something. There it goes. So see how the arm is flashing there? So that will flash. And then whenever we heal, that flashing does stop. I didn't get to the point of making it flash like faster or something or differently because we're looking into some different ways to make it flash. And so that's kind of what I'm doing right now. That's kind of what I'm doing right now. So saves flashing until yeah, it does change when healed. I can't show you because we modified it and we're fixing it. Await material reset timeout. What is this? Whoa, you typed up... Wait, you typed up a version of this? That's amazing. That's amazing. That's actually very helpful. It's actually incredibly helpful. Wait, let me add that on screen here. Dragon Blade has been really helpful. So is Ask, so is G-Wiz. G-Wiz. But Dragon Blade has been just really helping me out. Downloads. I'm gonna just put this up on the screen here. I'm gonna just put this up on screen. There we go. Material timeout sounds neat. I'm materially timing out. Don't mind me. So we're creating, oh. There's a lot going on here. I'm just gonna do this. So I guess I want to get rid of everything else. I literally just get rid of everything. Oh, this is so much more elegant. Okay. Let's burn it all down. Let's burn everything we did down to the ground. Just stick it in the fire and run away. Not the color stuff, just the timer stuff. No, this is beautiful. It's worth it. Oh, the chat is covering it up. Let me make sure I put this on here. Let me make sure I put this underneath the chat. There we go. So, get rid of everything we did. Burn it down to the ground. It never happened. Except for, we'll keep the color set up. We definitely want to keep the color set up. But that's it. Get rid of all of this. You didn't see the kitty till it was on stream. Oh yeah, Dragon Blade has an awesome user icon. I try not to comment on them, but if chat comments on it, then we're good. And then we'll just get rid of this whole function. Burn it down. Throw it into a dumpster. Set the dumpster on fire. Run away. Blame it on someone else. It's a best kitty. It's a best kitty. We have a cat that kind of looks like that too. I don't know. It looks like it might be gray on the eye. Ours is like orange. But very similar. Okay, I think we have removed all of the relevant logic. So just test it real quick. Make sure nothing got broke. So it should just be what it was before we started, except now the color information is technically there. All right, looks good. Just ignore the kitty on my Discord profile. It's a different kitty? Okay. Or it's like, no, that's the bad kitty. There's the good kitty, and then there's the bad kitty. It does look fluffy. I feel like I'm depriving you now if I don't leave it up. Okay, so now let's copy. Oh, you guys didn't see anything I just did. I had this up here. All I did was remove the code we added. I did not realize this was blocking the entire time. Blah. Sorry. Okay, this is the code we're adding in. It's an AI generated fat kitty from a game. Oh, okay. Gotcha. You thought I was typing on that picture? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I could add like a border to it, but that'll take too much time. So I'm gonna say on ready damage timer. Here we go. Copy pasta all the way. And we add in another on ready annotation saying material reset. That's such, and look at these names. These are such better names than what I was doing. Oh my gosh. I have so much to learn from you. Next, in the ready function, I want to say doopy doopy doo. Scroll down. Damage. Flash. Timer setup. Still, Stormrun, I do apologize in general for your internet, on your internet's behalf. I know how frustrating it is. It's so frustrating. So we're going to say damage timer timeout dot connect flash damage. Now we're going to make sure we understand this. I'm not just copy pastaing. I'm going to make sure we understand exactly what's happening. But this kind of specificity is a dream come true, honestly. It's backseat. It's primo backseating. Chef's kiss. Really, I don't think of it as backseating. I think of it as collaboration. You know, that's why I put people in the credits list. We're working together. That's all. Okay, that's set up. Next phase. In the collision area, we want to say damage start and the time. So the collision is here. And we will say damage timer start 0.2. And finally, we create the flash damage function. So elegant. It's so dang elegant. Funk. Flash damage. Oh, and you commented it? Get out of here. I love it. Material reset start 0.2. So it starts that timer. Await material reset timeout. Comments because you didn't want to type all that. Mesh materials, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Gotcha. Heard. Understood. So we want to say mesh dot. Now I forgot what it is. It's probably on my clipboard. It's probably on my clipboard. Yeah, right there. Mesh material override. Damage material. Gotcha. Understood. Set material to green. That makes sense. I was like, wow, I can't believe you're setting it to red without calling that. That's amazing. It's just a comment. Okay, default material or a placeholder. And then we say, after that, if current health is less than max health, that should be the way it is. Damage timer start 0.2. And I think I lost everything. Here we go. I think that's the end of it. Okay then. Very good then. Will this just work? Will this just work? Will this really just work? Oh, dang. It really do just work. Okay, let's heal. Well, we might need to do one more condition that says to stop it. Never say it works till you test, which I did. Okay. That's fair. Because you didn't. I was like, you did test it. Wow. How did you do that? You must have downloaded the repo? The repo? Why do I always say repo? Me and my mates are playing bingo. Why is it so heated? That's awesome. If you're gonna play bingo, you might as well have fun with it. Dude, this works. So now we just have to set it. I mean, I will say the flashing on the leg is getting a little wacky. It seems like with every consecutive hit. Good way to end the teenage years is to play bingo. Is it your 20th birthday today? So that looks great. But the timing is really strange. So like it works, but it seems and there's like some, it is syncopated if they all hit at the same time. There's some interesting things going on here. We haven't set up the healing stuff yet. But it's just the desync between them. Okay. Let me bring the numbers up. So if we keep colliding. I could have sworn one of them was like glitching out a little more. I mean, it looks good. And the sync isn't bad. There. Look at the bottom right. Nah, but they're going 20 soon. Gotcha. That sounds like a fun party. What's going on with the bottom right leg? And why would this method be more likely to cause that? I wonder if a print stack would help us here. The amazing discovery that was a print stack. And this can be one of the only problems with borrowing someone else's code. Is that I don't know how to troubleshoot it. But we can try to learn it and then try to troubleshoot it. Oh, Dragonblade says, oh. And the sync overall isn't that bad. It's because it is a coroutine. Okay. And actually, once we bump again, the flash goes back to normal. And look, sometimes it syncs. It's very interesting. It desyncs itself. And that's what causes the, like, rapid flashing. So you're saying the two timers, like one timer is on a different sync than the other timer. And so it's not an equal amount. If it's hit only once, everything is perfect. Right. And if it's hit multiple times, it like interrupts the like pattern or the order of the flashing. Is that resolvable? I mean, I really want this to work because if it's a second time, the coroutine from the first hit is still running. Oh. Right, because await just like keeps doing its thing, which then raises the question of how do we stop it? That would be even harder to stop than the other way, wouldn't it? Because we need to introduce some way to stop. We do have stop. We do have start. So actually that might be stoppable. Because await, you kind of give up some control, is maybe kind of what you're saying. But another one, the timer from the second one resets the timer for the second coroutine to start. Do I understand that? If you hit another one, the timer from the second, so after the await, resets the timer for the second coroutine to start. So there's just like multiple timers overlapping each other or something. Is kind of like what's going on. Well, I don't really know how to fix it since I'm not familiar with the approach. But I could try to solve it. If you think it's solvable, I can try. There you can see the weird flashing happening. So the way this is set up, it's very interesting that it works the way that it does. So it's set up with these on-ready variables. Damage timer and material reset. So two separate timers. One that determines when the damage color is shown, and one that determines when that color is reset. And then in the ready function, might as well try to learn it, see how it was put together. We're connecting the flash beginning to the flash damage function, the timeout. So when the flash begins and times out, it then starts the function. And then we're adding those timers so we make sure they're actually in the node tree. Once we get there, and that function is called, it's going to show the damage material, and it's going to start the reset timer. So then it's, after 0.2 seconds, it's going to remove the damage material. But it's only going to do that after it waits for the timeout of material reset to come. So that timeout comes, and when it does, now it's going to switch it back to the default material. We're also, in general, checking to see if the current health is less than the max health. Should that be before await? Shouldn't that be before await? No, because we don't want to start it. I see. Because we don't want to start the damage timer again until after it's been turned back. So then we want to say after the await is over, check to see if the current health is still less than max health. And if so, start the damage timer. I will say, if there was like some kind of way to collide and we have like a buff that like protects us from taking damage, this would start since it's not initially checking. So I'd kind of want to say, for literally all of this, if current health is less than max health, right? Just as like a general thing. So like none of this happens unless the health actually went down. So the material goes back to the default and the damage timer starts. To solve the little overlapping problem, that'll work too. To solve the overlapping problem, we can do it in a way that you can partially solve the sync between the limbs too. I'm interested. I'm interested. Almost as interested as I am in Blue Diamond Almonds. Not sponsored. Obviously. Could you imagine? That would be such a weird sponsorship. When do you ever see someone just like chilling, eating something? Like an existing product that's incredibly normal. I guess like energy drinks. You don't start the damage timer on collision. You make it run in a loop since the start. So if we don't start the damage timer on a collision, how do we start the damage timer? I guess it would just be checking to see. I don't know. You start it in ready. So it's like always happening. The flash is always happening. But as long as the current health isn't less than the max health, then it's not gonna actually happen. Fascinating. Wow. We gotta collaborate on that one. If this works, we gotta collaborate on that one. So I guess all I gotta do is just tell it to start. Just get started. Add yourself and start yourself. Let's go. Nice. Working. And then the sync between the limbs will be just a small millisecond difference between the game start and the timers. I'm not seeing the weird flashes anymore. And the sync is much better. And I'm wrong, apparently. Yeah, so I mean, the sync isn't perfect. For sure. But what is good, I'm not seeing that, like, shortened, overlapping timer issue. So it solved that problem. Well, it's supposed to flash it, but then there's also this question of, could we have the flashes all be synchronized across every body part? That would be like a nice bonus. Whoa, it just like stopped flashing for a second. That was weird. Complete sync will flash all the limbs at the same time. Yeah, exactly. You know, to me, that's kind of a bonus thing. It would look, it like sometimes when it works out, yeah, it looks nice when it works out that way. Like right now, I mean, that's just the one body part. So actually we need to hurt the leg. It looks really good, actually, when they're flashing at the same time. So this solved one problem. This definitely solved one problem. And now I'm starting to get a little attached to the idea of it being synchronized. It synchronized itself. It's like, wait, no it didn't. Why wouldn't it synchronize? Sorry, this bag is so loud. My bag is so loud. I need to move my microphone. Why? And then it like resyncs up. It like sorts it out. It's so weird. And then it desyncs again. It is weird. I wonder if there's something we can print that would help. Let me just get all the limbs a little damaged. I could try adding an object, because currently there's nothing that damages all the limbs at the same time. I wonder if that would be illuminating. I'm going to add that. I'm just going to stick in here a new obstacle. We actually have this set up as a nice class script that'll let us add something new very easily. So add a new obstacle. And in the obstacle, we create a mesh. Make that mesh. Is it because it hit at different times? I don't think so. I don't really know. But that's what I'm about to attempt to kind of test. It might still hit at different times. I'll have to look at how the collisions are set up. Okay, let's make this a little taller, a little wider. Just something that can hit all the limbs at the same time. See if that makes any difference. And then we'll just add collision. And that should be enough for it to be something we can run into. Oh, actually, there are some settings I need to set. Over here. So we want to say it does the lowest damage amount, no slowdown. Okay, that's fine. Yep, no, we're good. All right. So some of these might be... Okay, there's some problems with this. Let me move this further out. And then I also need to just make sure... Oh, the arms are way in front. The arms are just way up in front. So it's not going to hit all... It'd have to be the same... It'd have to be like an inverted shape of the character. So none of them are going to hit at the same time. Literally none of them are. Because you can kind of see those collisions. There's like wireframes around there. It's like one way I could try to fix that. The timers are not one shot. That's why. Do they need to be one shot? They can't be. You don't need to start the timer inside the function. Oh. Oh. Perhaps my hackneyed test will not need to be used. Flash damage. The damage timer. This one. So that was like starting it at a different time than the ready. Because the ready is where we want to start it, not outside of the ready. Okay, but we do have some other problems. It is in sync. It's very much in sync. But the flash is Wonktown. This jank is all heck. This is the jankiest thing ever. It's just like very fast. But the sync is perfect. Oh no. But the sync is wonderful. So that problem has very much been solved. So that deserves a bit of celebration. That deserves a bit of celebration. In ready, make the material reset to one shot. You're good at this. So we do this in ready. How the heck do I do that? I would just say material reset. And then this other video, we do dot one shot equals true. Like this. Still flashing quickly. Stormrun says, you went about this in an interesting way. I was just thinking about a blacked out character widget, shadow thing that gradually gets colored. Do I understand what you mean? That sounds cool. A blacked out character. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So you're saying, like, instead of being on the actual character, sort of like in Fallout 4 with your power armor pieces, or in Deus Ex or something, where you have like a secondary representation, like on the HUD or something. That's definitely a possibility. That's definitely a possibility. So like having a separate avatar of the character with the body parts and showing those. It's definitely a possibility. I'm interested in consolidating as much as possible, but what if it was already blinking? Then I told it to show or hide the material, but there are lots of ways to do a thing. Yeah, for sure. Like a stick figure where the limbs get red. Totally, totally. I got that. Like a second character display, but this is neat too. Yeah, I just wanted to consolidate as much as possible. Okay, so let's see why this might be happening. And, you know, Dragon Blade, you know, if you're getting exhausted, if you're getting burned out, you're working hard. You know, take a break if you need to. You've helped so much. You've helped so much. So we're no longer starting the timer outside of ready. Take a break if you need to. You're helping so much. I don't expect you to keep helping. I really don't. I don't expect anyone to come through at all. You know, we all have stuff to do. It's 2 a.m. Go to bed. Go to bed. We are getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. I want you to go to bed. Like, you've already helped me so much. You've set up so many things that we can work with. I can keep tinkering with it. I could work on something else similar to this. Quick look at the function. But I don't depend on you guys, you know, because that's not fair to you or me. I don't depend on you. I am willing to take all the help, and the game will benefit from it. What's up, Ananth? Don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but welcome. Good to see you. Just woke up here, 5 a.m. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, it's 6 p.m. here as well. Storm Run, we must be in the same time zone. I love that we all can just be in different times and yet the same time. What? So in the function, we say that if the current health is less than the max health, change the damaged material, or change the material to the red damaged material. And then run the material reset timer and wait for it to end. And when it ends, change it back to the default material. Somehow it's taking a long time. I mean, just for funsies, right? What if I just made this longer? I know this is not a solution, all right? But I'm just curious, if I make this 1 second instead of 0.2 seconds, like what happens? Oh, it doesn't even flash at all. That's wild. But if I bring that down to 0.2, it does the quick flash. What if I make it 0.1? Whoa. I mean, that's kind of interesting. I would like the sun to come back. Getting cold in Texas. Oh, with your getting cold in Texas. I live more north than you. I wish it was just getting cold. Right, but I guess that's the trade-off. When you live somewhere that's usually warm, at nighttime it tends to get cold. That makes sense. The problem is that the timers have the same duration. Did we both figure out at the same time? By the time you reset it, it starts flashing again. Did we both figure it out in different ways at the same time? That's amazing. You get cold at 50 degrees? I don't know when I get cold. I know that I like my thermostat to be set to ideally 70 or 71. This is not the correct fix. Pause and unpause damage timer at the start and end of the function. Okay. At 50, I will burn. Dude, people's like internal temperatures. So like my partner, to whom I'm married, and we live together, and we have to share one building that has one temperature at any one time. They're more like Dragon Blade, where like they run hotter and I run colder. That? Oh, Metrix is Oh my gosh, we're so Stormrun and I are just like Americaning out here. We're just Americaning out. Americans have this very unfortunate curse of living somewhere where they like to do things differently. Like call aluminium aluminum. Like call Celsius Fahrenheit. And unfortunately, aluminium and aluminum, while those are the same, Fahrenheit and Celsius are so different. And it's so silly. And why can't the United States just get it together and be normal? I don't know. But we have been conditioned very badly to not function like the rest of the world in really ways that would just make life easier. Yeah, 50 degrees Celsius. not, not the same. That's hilarious. I lived in Hawaii for a while in the Marines. When I came back to Texas, I swear it was like I stepped out of the plane into an oven. Wow. And the heat is different. I mean, where I'm at, it's very humid. Maybe in Hawaii, it's not as humid, right? So it doesn't like envelop you as much. Whereas in where we're at in our time zone, I feel like our strip of the world, I feel like it tends to get very humid, and so the heat is like all around. Maybe that's kind of what you mean. I love the heat being around. Honestly, I love the heat being around. Yeah, yeah, we got married about 5 years ago. We got married like 5 years ago. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Celsius. Currently, it's 0 Celsius for you. That would be 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That's cold. That's cold. That is very cold. I could actually feel the humidity, and it was hard to breathe. Took a few days to stop that. Wow. That's interesting. That's outside, though. Right, true. Right. Hopefully you've got heat where you're at. I hope you've got heat where you're at. But generally, I tend to prefer things a little warmer because I just run colder. My partner runs hotter. So there's usually like 1 or 2 degrees that we're sort of competing over. In my current room, it's 23 Celsius, 73. Oh. So I would normally float around. So you actually run a little colder, maybe. At least for me. Sometimes it's hard to control, right? You didn't say you prefer it at 73. But we can actually it's I think I would. I think I would like that. I think I would like that. But for me, we usually the compromise between me and my partner is around 71 70 between 70 and 71 Fahrenheit, which yeah, I'd push it warmer. I'd push it warmer if I could. You know what it is? Your house is 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Dang! Y'all are cooking. Y'all is cooking. I don't know where the degrees symbol is. Yeah, I don't know either. I think you have to like get it like a alt code or something. We have brick houses, so it's hot or cold, no in between. Is that how brick works? Is that how brick works? I can't sleep if it's not below. So that's the other thing, right? Okay, so I like to sleep cold. Sleep cold, awake warm. I think that's reasonable. I think that's even good for you. It's really hard to wake up in warmth. I should try to set up the thermostat to change automatically or something. You can't sleep. 66 is low. That's chilly. That's chilly. Oh my gosh. I would be shivering. I would be shivering. British houses are made to keep temperature inside. That's interesting. No in between. I guess that makes sense. It sounds like that kind of makes sense. Summer is a nightmare for you. I can't fall asleep normally. I fall asleep from pure tiredness. Oh, because you can't get your house to be the temperature you want. I'm very lucky that like we moved into a place that actually allows us to control the temperature. It wasn't always that way, but it is now. Storman lives in a pyramid. They stay a constant 59 F all year round. Wait, what? You live in a pyramid? You live in a pyramid? You mean you live in something that has a pyramid-like shape? Oh, you want... Sorry. I didn't read good. I didn't read good. I didn't read good. I didn't. I just didn't do it. I guess anything underground would do the same. Okay, so now that you want to live in a pyramid, they stay at a constant 59 degrees all year round. I've never thought about that. How like the bricks or the shape, how any of that would affect the temperature. I've never even thought about that. I have an AC in my bedroom, but it's expensive to run every night. Yeah, for sure. Oh my gosh. Totally. Right. Especially when it's really hot. Yeah. Yeah, that's always a frustrating dilemma. Like it's right there. It's right there. I would like to use it, but I know what's going to happen if I do. If I do, I'm going to get a surprise. That's going to make it so I can't eat as much. Yeah, I laugh, but it's annoying. If you build anything underground, it stays the average temperature of the earth. That's smart. Underground or in a pyramid, apparently. It's very interesting. I'm gonna be thinking about this because it's temperature is something that's so like important to like our experience. I'm gonna remember this conversation forever. Thank you. Was I doing something in a game? Am I making a game? And is there a way you can pause and unpause damage? Okay, there it is. At the start and end of the function. What? Now you're saying this is not the correct fix. This is like the you gotta go to bed. Here's something that will work around the problem. Pause. Is that even a thing? It is. Boolean paused. So we'd want to say paused true or paused false. Life has a way of sidetracking us, as it should. We are alive here. We are all alive here. Both inside the if statement. Oh, thanks. So I want to say material reset paused set to false or true? Or maybe you're saying the other way around. And then set to false. Pause the damage timer. Oh. Oh yeah, okay. I actually don't. I'm just taking orders. I'm taking orders. I'm literally just don't know why I'm doing this. But I will study why it might work. Why would this work? And we start in a hole. Okay. What? Okay, the timing is right. And the sync went off. But now it is flashing the right duration. It's just like, man, fix one thing and it's just like the other thing gets angry. Fix this, the other thing gets angry. Fix this, the other thing gets angry. It's like this code is being such a diva. I wonder if I have both legs. That's why it's not the correct fix. Gotcha. But it's a good start because now I'm gonna study why this works, and then see if I can puzzle something else out while you get some sleep. Get some sleep. Don't you worry about me. Wow, so if they hit at the same time, so the legs pretty much hit at the same time, they're flashing at about the same time. Because no longer is it constantly flashing the same, it's dependent on when we run into it. So it is actually dependent on when we run into it now. I mean, so I mean, we could just do what I was doing before. I could make it be a difference. The pause desyncs the start of the initial timer. So what if I say that this is 0.1 seconds long, and then the other timer is like 0.3? Will those like subtract into each other? There, and then it's lined up. I mean, it's silly. It's silly, but it works. And then it's just like the difference of those two. Why not? You know, it's a little silly because, you know, it's not like as elegant and logical as if it wasn't that way. And, you know, it's more to change. But honestly, it works and it looks pretty good. Honestly, I like it. It's a little, I mean, I guess there's a little control that's given up. I guess I could invert it. So if I say 0.1 there and 0.4 here, it'll probably stay on for longer and go off for shorter. So it gives up a little bit of control, because before we were controlling how long each lasts. Now we're only controlling how long one or the other lasts. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, that definitely didn't work. Okay, no, that does not work. Okay, got it. All right, sorry, never mind. Incorrect. Wrong. Wait, did I do it right? So this is when it'll be solid? Yeah. Gotcha. So if I say this is... What if I say this is... No, we do get control. So if I make this higher, if I say this is 0.4 and this is 0.8 or something, right? For them to sync themselves somewhat, the damage timer needs to be bigger than the material reset. Yeah, you're right. See, that's me just trying things, and that's you actually, like, understanding why it works. Look at that! This works! Tell me that don't work! Look at that! And then we just have to, like, figure out how to change it based on what the numbers are. Dude, this looks great. Alright, let me pull up my, way of checking it. Colorblindness wise. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I think we still could add like some glow around it to just give it more of like a physical difference. But it's still pretty obvious because the tones are so different, right? You can't appreciate the color changes, but you can appreciate the fact that they're flashing. But I think we could still add more onto this, so it's not fully dependent on color. But overall, it ain't too bad. It ain't too bad. Let's go. Air internet high five. How much of a credit do we have? I feel like we can be more specific with this credit. We got Dragonblade saying Godot consultant. Not just Godot consultant. I'll say instead of damage effect suggestions on S, I feel like we have coding consultant. I guess there's like suggestions. And then for Dragonblade, we could be more specific and say damage flash timer. Let's keep that specific. Like, you pretty much single-handedly helped me set that up. Random question before I go to sleep. What made you choose Godot out of all 999 game engines that exist? I love that question. I actually started out this channel doing a bunch of different game dev softwares. So let me pull up on the channel page. Unity bad but good. Yeah, so if you go to the channel page, you can see I started out doing, well, Dreams is technically the first thing that I started using on stream. But I tried out GDevelop. We did 6 videos in GDevelop, 6 live streams. I did 29 live streams in Unreal Engine, 9 in Unity. And then I think those are all the ones that I tried, pretty much. I tried Unreal, Unity, and GDevelop. And when I tried Godot, yeah, I've done a lot of engines. And then there's fun engines like Dreams and Hype, but those aren't really like real engines, so I'm not gonna count those. When I did Godot, people like you, Dragonblade, people like you turned out. So like if we look at the Godot playlist, this is sorted by popularity right now. This was my first Godot stream. It got 2.3 thousand views. Super helpful people came through and just carried me and have continued to carry me. Folks like you coming through and helping. My first Unreal Engine stream, by comparison, if we sort it by popularity, which this is not currently sorted by popularity, but the first one that I did, 449 views. And that's the most viewed one out of all of my Unreal Engine streams. And once in a while, someone like Stormrun would come through and help me. But rarely. It was usually just me muddling through it. Unity, same thing. Actually, almost never. I almost never had someone come from Unity and help. First Unity stream, 127. So what really sold me, the most popular Unity one is the bad news about Unity. What really sold me on Godot was the community. GDevelop stream, the first one did pretty well. Got about 700. And still had some people come through and they were really helpful. GDevelop, there was some good help coming through. But then it kind of comes to what I like about Godot too. I feel like Godot is a little simpler or like more straightforward, and it's just a little more actively developed, I think, than GDevelop. There's more, like GDevelop is open source. Godot feels like more open source somehow. I don't know. And it feels more straightforwardly professional. So, you know, I really like all of them. I really like all of them. Especially Unreal Engine. But the Godot community coming through and supporting me while I'm working made me say, this is an engine that is going places. This is an engine that is going places. And that has great support around it. And I know that if I start learning it, I won't be learning it alone. And I really like it. I like it. I do like it. But if I'm being honest, the real reason is the community. Dragonblade says, got lucky because this isn't an activity you usually do. I'm so grateful that you did. I'm so grateful that we got to do this with you. I mean, you do something. You do game dev of some kind, right? There's not a lot of help with you, E, but I've done so much now. I think I got it. Yeah, I feel you. I don't really use Godot. How? How? How do you not really use Godot? What are you talking about? How? You use Godot? Look at that. Look what you did for us. I mean, maybe you know Python, right? Because Python is like pretty similar to GDScript, so maybe like that's what you mean. Yeah, I'd be interested to even just learn more about you too someday if you're ever interested, because it's just cool. Out of all of the engines you mentioned, Godot is the only open source. GDevelop is technically open source, but I feel like it's kind of not. I don't know. Like, it is an open source game engine. It doesn't really feel like it, though. I may not use it, but you know it. Yeah, I guess. I can show you the download timestamp. It's 2 hours ago. The download timestamp. Okay, so you've got... Well, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. If you're gonna... Look, you're gonna pull out receipts. I'm not gonna call your bluff. I believe you. You're a programmer in professional life. Wow. Well, so then that's the other thing, then, is with Unity and Unreal Engine, like if we use Unity as a hobby, wow, you just keep track of the others. So with Unity, you probably would have been like, what the hell is she doing? Because look how I used Unity. Oh, this is the Unity bad news one. The way I used Unity was visual scripting. I was leaning on visual scripting for Unity, of course for Unreal because of blueprints. The only reason I started learning text coding was because Godot doesn't have visual scripting. So maybe I wasn't just opening myself up to the Godot community. Yeah, exactly, Stormrun. I was opening myself up to the programming community. Mind blown. I actually never thought of it that way. It is worse. It is so much worse. It is so much worse. Absolutely. There's some things about it that I liked, but for the most part, yeah, it was pretty bad. Ananth started with Unity, had to buy a new course every year. Deprecates a lot of things. Oh, interesting. If there was one thing I noticed about Unity, it's that it felt kind of bloated. You know, it just seemed like it had too much. Things that weren't like connected, like this thing that was added totally separately, like the UI is different. It has like different rules. It doesn't feel like a unified engine, which is ironic. It feels like an engine that is a mishmash of so many different things. So that actually kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't know if that is why you're saying that, but I can see how that would be true. I remember a time where you didn't want to do code. It seemed pretty easy now. It's for real. For real. I didn't want to do text code at all. Because, like, for me, looking at a wall of text just makes me want to fall asleep. Like, it's so boring to me. But it doesn't need to not be boring to me. Is, I think, what I'm realizing. And, like, if I learn, you know, what things mean, it's not as boring because I can understand it. There's things I still miss. Like, I definitely prefer to be able to see the entirety of code at a glance visually, how things connect. But there's something about the compartmentalization of code that actually makes it, I hate to say this, easier to read than visual programming. I don't know. I still think there's a perfect visual programming language out there that could be made. And Blueprints gets really close. I don't know. It's weird. It's something I got to think about. I need to like meditate on this because like I don't know. I feel differently about text code than I used to, but I was really opposed to it for a while. Unity expects you to write code with the visual coding, Unreal offers functionality with their nodes. Oh, that's a good point. Interesting. Yeah, like you can't do everything. You can't just totally live on the visual scripting in Unity. Whereas Unreal, you can fully rely on it. Ananth says you had to give up on Unreal. You couldn't afford hardware for version 5. Oh. I will say, I found that there were ways to get Unreal to run better, even on crappy machines. It's possible that you literally got, like, you know, left out of the updates. I'm not ruling that out. But there are some tricks that unfortunately you have to like seek out to get Unreal to run on less than optimal hardware. But I think that's the reason why a lot of people give up on Unreal. I love Unreal. I had so much fun using Unreal. I miss Unreal in a lot of ways. Truth be told. Stormman says, I have a very old PC, like 8 years old with an i3. Oof, I can run UE5. Technically, you can add visual coding in Godot. It used to have it. Yeah, it did. But they removed it because it wasn't used a lot. That's right. So it was kind of bad too. Yeah. Wow. I have had to explain that to everybody who talks about visual code in Godot. Nobody has come through here and correctly said that. And I love everybody, for the most part, who comes through here. Like, the people I'm talking about, you know, they were just like, oh, Godot got rid of it for this or that. This is the actual entire reason that it's not there anymore. And you're right, it could be added back in. But I believe that it was probably, I trust them that it was bad. You know, and the good thing is now I'm learning text code. Now I actually understand text code, which is opening up so many more doors for me. So I think it is for the best. When UE5 first came out, it would not run on my PC, but updates fixed it, I guess. Oh, that's interesting. So it got easier. It ran better on your computer over time. Yeah, I miss Unreal. I think what I miss Unreal the most, about Unreal the most, is just how powerful it is. And how much really obnoxiously cool functionality you can put into it. Like, you know, adding in some of the physics stuff. I love the physics stuff. I love so much about it. Version 5 would just get stuck trying to load, but after 5.1, no issues. Oh, so maybe that was it. Maybe Ananth was dealing with it before it was improved on 5.1. But I had a lot of fun setting up like physics and stuff in Unreal Engine. And then so then there's other things too, Dragon, why I moved on. Like, I felt that Unreal is overkill for the projects that I want to make. Like, this game was just like a restaurant, a very simple restaurant game where you add noodles to a bowl. And I really feel like Unreal Engine is overkill for a little game like that. For just a little game like that, Unreal Engine seems kind of like overkill. You know? But something like Godot, it's like a good like small indie game type of engine. You're about to buy a PC for Unreal Engine? Wow. It is overkill. I can tell from my Pokemon game, but it's so pretty. Right, and it does make cool things. I can do awesome simulations that look really cool, and it runs really well. Like, there's so many great things about Unreal Engine, for sure. My opinion is, if you don't have a team, you don't need Unreal. Yeah, that's pretty much what I realized. Someone else came through and said the same thing. Like, that it's really designed for a bunch of different people doing a bunch of different disciplines working together in one program. And that's what Unreal excels at. You know, making like AA games and stuff. Yeah. I love to hear that. We were just talking about, I know. It's like, it's affirming. It's affirming, you know? But I really enjoyed learning it, and it's something I could go back to someday, you know, if I'm on a team or I have a team, you know? Because here's the thing, like the game I'm making right now, Unreal was very intuitive though. Yeah, right? Plus I loved it. My game wish list is mostly Unreal games. Nice. I like games made in Unreal. And that's kind of part of why I wanted to learn it. So like my whole game dev journey, besides like being a kid who liked, you know, doing like ROM hacks of Super Nintendo games that I grew up with, besides that, like it started when I like was in this kind of like survival situation. I was like hiking and I fell and I fully dislocated my shoulder and I was alone and I had to like shout for help and I was waiting for like over an hour and I didn't know if anyone would come. Someone did and I did get rescued and I'm fine now. I actually just had shoulder surgery. But I tell you all this because uh ever since then I've been trying to find a way to like tell that story about that experience, and I landed on a game being the best way. And I want to make a survival game. I want to make like of extremely uh thought out and complicated survival game with like not necessarily super realistic things, but pretty realistic things, but a lot of features. Like just like the most powerful survival game you've ever played. And I started working on it. And you know what I realized? This is not fun. This is too much work. I'm one person minding my own business, trying to do. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what the heck I'm doing. This is not fun. This is too much work. This is something that needs a team, right? And so, you know, that's something I would love to make in Unreal Engine someday with a team. And so what I'm doing now is I'm taking one small idea from that big game. So in that game, I'd love realistic weather. I'd love to have companions who you can have relationships with, and maybe, you know, you have conflicts with them or not. Maybe there's, you know, you have to analyze plants, and maybe you're a botanist, maybe you're not. And you have to like test plants to see if they'll heal you or something. And you know what else? Limb damage. Limb damage. So you get your shoulder dislocated. You get different injuries that affect the gameplay. And so this game is just about limb damage. So I'm just taking one small aspect out of all of those things I'd love to be in my perfect dream survival game. I'm just focusing on one little thing. And for that, you know, I don't really need Unreal Engine. I could use Unreal Engine, so that way I'm learning it if someday I want to use it again. But it just kind of overall slows me down, you know? And so, and it just overwhelms me in a way I don't need to. But Godot seems like a good size engine. I love the community, and I love how open source it is. And yeah, so I'm just focusing on limb stuff. So in this game, you injure your limbs and it changes how the gameplay is. And when I'm done, you know, I'll look back on it and I'll be like, okay, well, what did I learn from making this? What could make limb damage in a game more fun? How is it not well executed here? And maybe if Godot becomes some kind of like juggernaut someday, maybe I can even reuse the code that I've made in a game like this in that dream game. Who knows? Or at least the principles in a different engine can apply still. So that's why I'm making a game like this, and part of why I prefer an engine like Godot over Unreal, just because I think it can just handle these smaller projects a little better. Sounds like Fallout to me, but different. Yeah, similar. I mean, it wouldn't, there wouldn't be guns. Guns wouldn't be in it. If there were, it would be pretty rare and unlikely. Because the game would be about like, and then there and the building, you know, there wouldn't be like settlements and stuff. There's some overlap. There's some overlap, but I would want it to be way more complex than that, ideally, and not focus on like, there would be narrative stuff too. So there's a lot in there. But I hear you. I hear you. Fallout is a huge influence on me. It's a huge influence on me. So you're not totally off base. Sounds great. Let's go. I appreciate that. So yeah, anyway, I mean, this has been pretty successful. I feel really good about this. I don't think we need to, I mean, look, I'm going to be back tomorrow, and I'm going to do more. I think we could get that so it flashes faster. Maybe we could set that up. Maybe I could set that up real quick before I stop tonight. Or I could do that tomorrow. If I do it tomorrow, that 13-hour goal that I'm looking at is going to be more accurate. So on my hacking plan, I estimated that this would take 13 hours, which is about 2 live streams worth. And this is just to get like basic animation injury effects going on. Really all I need to like kind of seal the deal for this is just to have it get faster. Maybe I don't even know. Have it get faster. Let me try that. You know what? I'm going to try that. I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to call it. Because I feel like this is pretty easy. All I got to do is I got to check what the current health is. And like divide that somehow. So if I say it's 0.4, how do you do divided by in here? Do you do a slash? GD script divide. I don't actually know. You do use a slash? Warning, integer division. Decimal part will be discarded. Okay. Oh, it's not an integer. We'll be fine. Thanks, Dragonblade. So if I say 0.4 divided by current health, I feel like that's you're gonna do the other way around. Or you could do it times, actually. That would work as well. Probably safer to do it that way. This is gonna be chaos, and I know that. All right. But let's just start with it and see what happens. Let's just start with it and see what happens. It's very slow, which isn't bad. I mean, it isn't supposed to be very much. I think that's not fast enough. I think it's going slower. I think that's the opposite of what you want there, friend. This is me just doing stuff without thinking about exactly what it'll do because I like trying it. I like just trying it and seeing if it does what I want. And if it doesn't, we try something else. Okay, there we go. That's very fast. Now it's going too fast. So that's too much going on. So we'd want to say, we could say, I could do another variable here. I could say variable current health embiggened. Oh god. Current health times 3. I don't know. This is a horrible name for anything. And I beg you to forgive me. Embiggened. Embiggened. We're just experimenting here. That's all. Oh, jeez. Seizure alert. Oh, gosh. Whoa. This looks awesome. You had to Google that word? I'm so sorry. This looks awesome. But no. So we actually want to go the other way. My bad. Divided. Can we just say current health? I don't know. Mod. I'm just gonna call it mod. And then instead of times 3, we're gonna divide it by 3. By the way, that doesn't update. Oh. Really? I believe you. If it doesn't, I don't even know why it doesn't. I don't even know why it doesn't. Wouldn't it? If the current health is changing? So there's that speed. Oh, I guess it isn't updating. You're right. God, you're smart. You're setting the variable when the script runs. Current health. Oh, you're right. Not when you're changing health. That seems obvious now. Wow. How long would it have taken me to figure that out? So I guess I'd want this to be like in each function. Since it's in 2 different functions, I would need to create it in both of them. I mean, I almost thought like maybe I do it in, because we have it in ready here as well. We have to put it there as well. And so that's not going to update if that's in ready. Right? Because that's only going to happen one time. We're in danger. Oh dear. So now it's just like solid. So that's actually trickier than I would have thought for it to be. If I need to update the speed, I mean, Oh, this is trickier. This is trickier than expected. Go to bed if you need to, Dragon Blade. You go to bed if you need to. You go to bed if you need to. All right. But that's a bit tricky because if I keep this in the ready function, then I can never change it or update it. I'd have to put it somewhere else. I can't put that like in process. Don't remind you. Okay, I won't. I'm not here to look out for you. You look out for yourself. You look out for yourself. That's not my responsibility. You're right. I apologize. I crossed the line. I crossed the line. That's on me. That's on me. But I do like to remind folks that I don't expect them to help. So maybe we do this tomorrow. You know what? That's a tomorrow thing. I think I'll play the outro music. That's how we know. That's for tomorrow. Because that's a good little challenge. It's a good extra thing to start the day off with. And then I can sleep on it, have all kinds of ideas while I'm sleeping, dream the solution. Outro music bangs. That is Freaker, amazing supporter of this channel. Always so appreciative of them. We could try just modifying it on one end, technically. Technically, we could try modifying on just one end. I don't think that's really gonna be that noticeable or nice. Let's get that outro music. Let's bang it out. Freaker made this. Much appreciation to them for that. Yeah, it's just like, oh geez. It's because then it switches, right? Because now it's too small. And it's less than the other one. Or whatever. Or more. Or whatever. I guess it's more. Gives Wonka vibes. Oh! Just like a nice, like, strutting Willy Wonka. The slow-mo Wonka. Why do I want to look this up? Willy Wonka walking. Why am I doing this? I guess why not is the real question. Why not? No, don't stop. You gotta keep going. He's falling. Oh! That was not what I expected. That was not what I expected. Way to keep us entertained for generations. Anyway, thank you so much for joining me. Sounds like Come With Me from Wonka. Oh, that's just creepy. That's like one of the scariest scenes one of the first scary things that I saw as a child. It was like that whole scene. The scene is terrifying. Oh, I guess this isn't the one. You're talking about in that boat, right? Or is it this one? Maybe it is this one that you mean. I'm thinking of the boat. You know what I'm thinking of? The boat where like it gets dark and the colors are all different. That part was terrifying. That's not the part you mean. I'm talking about some of this stuff. I see it. I don't know what to say. I see it. Anyway, y'all. I want to give some love, some shout outs to the people who support this channel. You can actually support this channel for free if you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev and you can join for free and you'll get a live stream in your email inbox every that does make it worse. They didn't know that part was gonna happen. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah, support Leeds, and you can support Leeds by joining the Patreon for free. So come over here, hit join for free, patreon.com/hypergamedev, sign up with your email. Every Friday, I send out a newsletter where I talk about what happened in the last week, and a live stream comes with that. You can only get the live stream that way. So this is the live newsletter live stream. You can check it out, and yeah, sign up. It's a nice little gift. It's a free thing that you get, and it's exclusive. And we can chat, and I can check out your projects and all kinds of stuff like that. Well, sleep, aka game over. That's a fun way to think about sleep. I will be back tomorrow to work on this a little more. We'll see if we can get that flash to flash the way I want it to flash. Thank you again for your help today, Dragonblade, and everybody else as well. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello and welcome. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. You can tap or click in the bottom left to see the last game devlog episode in the series, or you can tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I'll see you there. Bye, y'all.